Order, please. Just before I get into the daily routine, I want to deliver the Speaker's ruling on the point of order raised yesterday by the opposition party. Yesterday, I took under advisement a point of order by the Honourable Leader of the official opposition, who stated that the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness tried to intimidate members from asking questions by misrepresenting their intentions. Intimidating members from asking questions would not only be unparliamentary, it could amount to a breach of members' privilege. Boss and Gagnon, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states at page 107 to 108 that any form of intimidation of a member with respect to a member's actions during a proceeding in Parliament could amount to a contempt. End quote. However, intimidation occurs when one frightens or threatens another, usually to compel the other to do something or to deter the other from doing something. Misrepresenting a person's intentions is not an act of intimidation, although doing so is itself an unparliamentary act. As Speaker Goss ruled in this House on April 4th, 2013, quote, "It is unparliamentary and contrary to convention and usage for any member to impute to another member bad motives or motives different from those acknowledged by that other member with respect to anything said or done by that other member," end quote. Accordingly, I've treated the point of order as alleging two distinct unparliamentary acts: intimidating the members asking questions and misrepresenting the member's intention in asking the question. And I have reviewed the minister's reply to determine if either of these acts occurred. In response to a question by the honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage, the Minister of Health and Wellness stated, quote, "I want to thank the public servants who during this difficult last year put in an incredible number of hours and helped protect Nova Scotians, particularly those on our long-term care team who made sure that we were prepared for a wave 2 and kept COVID-19 out of long-term care facilities. This is the second time that that member has used the personal name of somebody in the department, someone who works very hard and who's very committed. And I think it's very shameful when the party opposite attacks our public servants who've been putting in the hard work and doing the heavy lifting to protect Nova Scotians and implement key plans during the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly considering that that party hid under a rock for the last year while other people did all the work for them. I would hope that the member at some point will apologize to the public servants whom she had attacked in this way." End quote. There is nothing in the minister's response to that can be construed as intimidating or threatening. The statement that the member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage's party hid under a rock was unparliamentary, and the minister retracted his unparliamentary comment after the leader of the opposition rose on the point of order following question period. Other than that comment, which has already been addressed, there is nothing in the minister's reply that can reasonably be taken as an attempt to threaten members of the opposition or making them fearful of asking questions. As for misrepresenting the member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage's intention, the minister's reply does not characterize her intentions at all. It only characterizes her question as an attack on a public servant. Whether the minister's characterization is accurate amounts to a disagreement of facts between the minister and the leader of the official opposition. In response to a question by the honourable member for Dartmouth East, the Minister of Health and Wellness stated, quote, "Again, I'm not sure why the party opposite targets our public servants in this way. They are not publicly elected officials. They serve the elected wing of government, and they serve us and Nova Scotians very well. That has been demonstrated every single day during this pandemic over the last year in particular. I would encourage the members opposite to please stop this line of attack on our public servants because they are the backbone of what our response has been over the last year, and I personally want to thank them for their great work, and I want them to know that they have the confidence of the government and, I believe, of the public. Again, there is nothing in the minister's reply that can reasonably be taken as an attempt to threaten members of the opposition or make them fearful of asking questions. The minister asks that the members opposite not engage in a particular line of questioning. Those members are free to ignore that request and continue to ask their questions. Nothing in the minister's reply suggests that any deleterious consequences for doing so. The minister did not impute any intentions to the member for Dartmouth East. The minister explicitly disclaimed any knowledge of the member's intent in asking the question. As with the minister's other impugned reply, all that exists here is a disagreement of facts between the minister and the leader of the opposition regarding the accuracy of the minister's characterization of the question as being an attack on a public servant. Accordingly, there are no points of order. We'll now move on to the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a petition, the operative clause of which says, "We, the undersigned, would like to petition government regarding the deplorable state of the St. Peter's Forshoe Road, which runs from Lower Lordways to Forshoe, a 50-kilometre section of the Fleur-de-Lis Trail, which is listed in the Nova Scotia Doers and Dreamers Travel Guide 2020. Initially paved in 1994, the road is now in severely poor condition, risking motorist safety and resulting in repeated vehicular damage to residents and visitors alike. We ask the Nova Scotia Minister of Transportation and Infrastructural Renewal and the Minister of Business responsible for Tourism Nova Scotia to recognize the economic importance and tourism impact of the Fleur-de-Lis Trail, acknowledge the above-mentioned road's current deplorable condition, and commit to prioritizing the repaving of it as well as improved maintenance to it and its connecting roadways. We are asking for an immediate 5-year plan to repave this stretch of highway, starting with the most urgent sections of the roadway to a standard that can accommodate the heavyweight traffic it sustains. Mr. Speaker, there are, and I'm very proud to say, 1,162 residents that have affixed their signature to the petition. I have added my own to make it 1,163, and I ask that the Speaker, take the petition into consideration, and I would like to table the petition on behalf of the residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. As Speaker of the House of Assembly and Chair of the Assembly Management Commission, I'm pleased to table the House of Assembly Management Commission annual report for the calendar year 2020. The report was prepared, prepared pursuant to Section 11(1)(f) of the House of Assembly Management Commission Act. The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the most famous ship in Canadian history, Blue Nose, connects us all to the sea, the skill, hard work, and teamwork needed to sail through any storm. And whereas the proud spirit of Captain Angus Walters and his crew 100 years ago still echoes in the hearts and minds of many young Canadians who join Blue Nose's crew each spring. And whereas this centennial, we celebrate 100 years of Blue Nose's reign. Therefore, be it resolved that this House recognize and celebrate Blue Nose Centennial and wish your fair winds for another successful season. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas during COVID-19, Nova Scotians have demonstrated resilience and creativity, including those responsible for Blue Nose and her crew. And whereas this past summer, we saw Blue Nose sail past multiple coastal communities in our province. And whereas the diligent efforts of those responsible for Blue Nose sail past summer enabled the people of this province to view Blue Nose, some for the very first time. Therefore, be it resolved that this House recognize Blue Nose and all that made sail past summer possible, offering a symbol of hope during one of the toughest years this province has ever faced. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Woo, good job.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas all 31 crew members of the 142-foot Atlantic Destiny were recently rescued when the vessel was fishing on George's Bank, 170 nautical miles from Yarmouth on the night of March 2nd. And whereas a fire broke out in the Scotia fishing vessel, it subsequently lost power, faced two-story waves and powerful winds, and began taking on water. Whereas CFB Greenwood 413 Transportation and Rescue Squadron responded with air crews, the Canadian Coast Guard ship Cape Rogers traveled overnight for 11 hours, and the U.S. Coast Guard base in Cape Cod responded with helicopters and several offshore fishing vessels, including the Cape LaHave, Maud Adams, Atlantic Preserver, and Atlantic Protector, responded to the Atlantic Destiny. Therefore, be resolved that all members of this House recognize and express our sincere gratitude to the Joint Rescue Coordination Center in Halifax and all the parties who came to assist the Atlantic Destiny and her crew. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Wild Blueberry Solutions Challenge is a competition among Nova Scotia companies to develop innovative, value-added products and packaging solutions. And whereas the challenge is a joint initiative between the Department of Agriculture and the Wild Blueberry Producers Association of Nova Scotia. Whereas Clever Fruit Products in Mahone Bay, Lunenburg County, was announced the winner in 2020 at the Wild Blueberry Solutions Challenge for their cholesterol-reducing fermented wild blueberry powder, and was awarded $126,000 to help grow sales, pursue new export markets, and develop new products. Therefore, be resolved that members of this House of Assembly recognize that by supporting this challenge, we are helping our innovative companies develop new products that will bring greater income from their berries. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas every year at 8:30 p.m. on the last Saturday of March, millions of people across the world join together for Earth Hour to raise awareness of the issues facing our planet. And whereas Earth Hour is now one of the world's largest grassroots movements for the environment, and no matter where you are in the world, you can make an impact by participating. And whereas Nova Scotians believe in protecting our natural environment and in reducing our energy consumption, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House recognize Earth Hour and take part in the movement by switching off your lights and electronics for 1 hour this Saturday at 8:30 p.m. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas post-secondary students with permanent disabilities have experienced financial and accessibility barriers from the impacts of COVID-19, and whereas approximately 3,000 post-secondary students with permanent disabilities in Nova Scotia will receive a one-time grant to help cover unexpected costs with their studies during the pandemic, and whereas this grant will provide extra funding support and help these students address new barriers arising from remote learning and other learning environment changes. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature join me in wishing these students the very best in all their future endeavors. All our post-secondary students deserve to have the equity of access to quality post-secondary education and training. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the role of Assistant Chief Electoral Officer is vital to the planning and delivery of elections in the province, a role that has been exceptionally served by Peter Zowski since 2013. And whereas Mr. Zowski has shown exemplary leadership through 2 provincial elections, 11 by-elections, and 4 judicial recounts. He was even awarded the Elections Nova Scotia QSV Award in 2014 for his dedication to quality improvement, service to colleagues and stakeholders, and contribution of time, talent, and expertise. And whereas after 8 years of service to the province and the people of Nova Scotia, Mr. Zowski has announced his retirement and is completing his last day in office today, March 26th. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House thank Peter Zowski for his dedication to democracy and service to Nova Scotians, a role that he carried with passion and humility, and wish him a happy retirement. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Randy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to ask the indulgence of the House with a unanimous consent to revert back. The Minister of Justice is one of those very tech-savvy people. He reminds me of Penny from Inspector Gadget. He has a computer watch that talks to a book, but he just can't seem to figure out Zoom, Mr. Speaker. So he missed the opportunity to report regulations and other papers a few minutes ago. He seems to figure out the really challenging technology of Zoom, so I think we'll give him another shot. So with the consent of the House, we revert back to tabling reports, regulations, and other papers.
Well, with that very fulsome background information, I'll request consent. Is it agreed? It is agreed. We'll now revert back to tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, with colleagues like that, I wonder what we need an opposition for. But that said, in my capacity as the Attorney General of Nova Scotia, I hereby beg leave to table amendments to Nova Scotia civil procedure rules.
The report is tabled. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Optimize Virtual Healthcare.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Optimize Virtual Healthcare.
Bill 66, an act to optimize virtual healthcare.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act, to expand MSI coverage.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act, to expand MSI coverage.
Bill 67, an act to amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act, to expand MSI coverage.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2005, the Emergency Health Services Act.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2005, the Emergency Health Services Act.
Bill 68, an act to amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2005, the Emergency Health Services Act.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. The honourable member for Pictou East.
Oh, Jim's gone.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a Queens County resident, Donna Weir. When the pandemic took hold of our province last spring, Donna saw a need and decided to fill it. She immediately began making masks and offered her service to others so that community members could be safe. In fact, the first mask that I wore was made by Donna, who reached out to me because she knew that at times my job required me to be in contact with the public. Most recently, Donna has made an incredibly generous donation of 100-sized children masks to be delivered to Dr. J.C. Wickwire Academy, an elementary school here in Liverpool. Mr. Speaker, I would like to applaud Donna for her strong sense of community, her selfless generosity during these unprecedented times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to extend my appreciation for all essential workers and frontline workers who continue to work from outside their home during the height of the pandemic. These frontline and essential workers continue to come into contact with a high number of individuals, making them more at risk to come in contact with COVID-19. Many of these workers are in low-wage jobs. Many are cleaners, grocery store workers, gas station attendants, laundry workers, food service staff, and many other essential workers who have been on the front lines make less than $15 an hour. All workers in Nova Scotia need better wages and better protection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, today is an exciting day in my constituency. In just a few minutes, Launch Day live stream will start in beautiful Lunenburg. This marks the official beginning of Blue Nose's 100th anniversary celebrations. The story of Blue Nose began on the drafting table of naval architect William J. Ruey more than 100 years ago. With Captain Angus Walters at the helm, she became an international racing icon, winning numerous prestigious awards. Today, we remember her spirit and resiliency as we celebrate her 100-year history. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you and all members of this legislature join me in wishing Nova Scotia's sailing ambassador fair winds and thank the 100th Anniversary Committee for planning an exciting year-long celebration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the recipients of the 2020 Volunteer Appreciation Awards for Sackville, Lucasville, and Beaverbank. Although our volunteers were not able to be celebrated in the usual manner at the annual Lake District Recreation Appreciation Awards dinner and ceremony due to COVID health restrictions, They should be very proud of themselves for their commitment and dedication to our communities. Wilma Treen was recognized as Sackville's Volunteer of the Year. Other volunteers recognized included Terry Sangster, Don Fleming, Jessica Pearson, Cecil Wright, Barbara Wilson, Sheila King, Gary Lucas, Florence Maddox, Jim Hall, Mary Marson, Ron McIntosh, and Hubert Earl. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in applauding our wonderful volunteers across the province who do not volunteer for the recognition, but do so in order to make their community and our world a better place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor a talented and community-minded artist, Margot Durling, who I am very happy to say lives in Dartmouth North. Margot is a non-binary, transgender, queer artist, designer, and musician who has built their career with innovative, community-based creative work. If you've walked by the Halifax Common recently, you will have likely seen their public art piece, Chosen Family. This beautiful installation is made up of 5 steel poles brandishing abstracted symbols representing various gender identities. The playful, multicolored symbols reimagine those for man and woman, reminding us that there are a myriad of gender identities beyond the binary. It was also recently announced that Margot, who works as the creative director at Fathom Studio, is leading a team shortlisted to design a national monument memorializing discrimination against 2S LGBTQ+ people in Canada, funded by the federal government. The announcement about who will be awarded this prestigious design will be announced later this year. With work that centers and honors 2S LGBTQIA+ identities and community, Margot is doing Dartmouth North and Nova Scotia truly proud.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many Nova Scotians will recognize the name Jeff Cantwell because for many years his name has been synonymous with the town of Wolfville. As Wolfville's mayor from 2012 to 2020 and earlier as a councillor and deputy mayor, Jeff was involved in municipal leadership during a period of remarkable development for the town of Wolfville. Centered at the heart of a growing wine industry, Wolfville has had to deal with many planning and development pressures requiring a steady hand of leadership. Citizens know Jeff Cantwell, Mayor, as someone who was approachable, visible, congenial, and dedicated to moving forward ideas with the best interests of Wolfville in mind. Having now retired as mayor, Jeff will turn his attention to another great passion of his, ocean sailing. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in thanking Jeff Cantwell for his many years of public service and wishing him fair winds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to recognize some of Cumberland North's COVID-19 heroes, our commercial truckers. These truckers have ensured that supply chains were kept intact. Cumberland North's goods and food supply have been readily available during the pandemic because of our truckers. This has helped keep our local economy going during these unprecedented times. Our commercial drivers continue to do their jobs while often driving to destinations where there was nothing, everything was shuttered. No restaurants, showers, often even no bathrooms available to them. But they didn't quit because they knew, although they're not thanked enough, that they in fact keep our province fed. They connect our food supply. Today, join me in thanking our commercial truck drivers as some of Cumberland North's and really all of Nova Scotia's COVID-19 heroes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Dominic and Don Ryan. Dominic is a CCA, and along with her mom, Don Ryan, have raised well over $30,000 through their online fundraising activity, Fun and Prizes. Dominic and Don have raised money to help community members in need, nonprofit organizations, and seniors. Through their fundraising efforts, they are able to make monthly donations to the SPCA. The daughter and mother team put together Christmas packages for 60 seniors. Mr. Speaker, Dominic and Don's commitment to helping people is commendable and appreciated by all those they've helped. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, on March 13th, Nathan Joseph Darling made Nova Scotia basketball history when he became the first Nova Scotian player to play in the NBA regular season. From playing for the community-wide to helping Nova Scotia take the gold medal in the Canadian, even helping to win gold for Team Canada at the 2017 Under-19 World Championship. During his first regular season game, Nate, a shooting guard, played 4 minutes late in the game for the Charlotte Hornets to win over the Toronto Raptors. I ask all members of the legislature to join me in celebrating Nate for making history and congratulating his proud mother and my friend, Julie Metledge, and their entire family. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, having a job you love is fulfilling, especially when you are successful and radiate that success wherever you go. Jackie Jardine McKean, editor for the weekly newspaper, the Pictou Advocate, was intrigued by language when she was a student in junior high school. She always possessed a passion for detail and accuracy and for finding the right expression to convey a point. That love of words serves Jackie well in her job at the Advocate. Jackie's role is to polish and refine a story or an article prior to the printing stage. Throughout her approximately 3 decades in the newspaper business, Jackie continues to be truly satisfied in her many accomplishments. Jackie Jardine McKean's professionalism, calming attitude, and a great team player are reasons why she excels at her job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, the Invictus Games is an international sporting event for sick or injured soldiers and military service personnel. Invictus means unconquered in Latin, a tribute to the athletes who compete at these games. One of these amazing competitors is Dartmouth North's Daryl Ling. Daryl is one of only 32 Canadian athletes, including 4 Nova Scotians, named to the Canadian team for the 2020-21 Games. At those games, which were to be held in May 2020 in The Hague, 18 countries would have competed in events including swimming, cycling, chair events, and more. Daryl, who will compete in archery, sit-down rowing, and wheelchair basketball events, worked as a marine electrician in the Royal Canadian Navy and served 2 tours in the war in Afghanistan. Like many international sporting events, the Invictus Games were postponed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Whenever they are held, I know that all Nova Scotians will be rooting for Daryl, his Nova Scotian teammates, and the entire Team Canada. I will be one of the loudest cheerleaders, and as he continues his training in anticipation of the Games, I wish him all the best. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic created a world of uncertainty and forced us to accept a new normal. Many businesses, organizations, and groups were forced to think outside of the box in order to continue working to deliver programs and services. Today, I'd like to highlight the work of the Bredor Lake Biosphere Reserve Association's the Bredor Lake Watch program. This popular citizen science program has taken place every summer since 2015, and with some minor modifications in 2020 proved to be another successful year for the program. Mr. Speaker, like many groups, the Bredor Lake Watch program moved to the virtual world. To encourage community involvement, it held a bio blitz and an online photo contest to overwhelming success. By the end of July, participants submitted 1,065 observations and photographed 453 species found in the Bredor watershed, documenting more of the biosphere than they normally have in previous years. Mr. Speaker, I call upon my fellow members of the Nova Scotia Legislative Assembly to join me in sending our congratulations to the Bredor Lake Biosphere and their continued environmental stewardship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Preston Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Neville Provo of North Preston, who founded Smooth Meal Preparation in 2018 to provide healthy meals to close to 1,000 customers each week, while at the same time provide employment to 15 people from the local community. He started this business in his mother's kitchen. but the business has grown to the point where he's taken over a pizza shop in Westfall to convert it into a 1,500 square foot industrial kitchen. He deals with companies that work with local farmers to source the produce used to prepare his healthy and appetizing meals. He employs people from his immediate and extended family, thus creating jobs in the local community. The market for his fitness-focused meals is busy individuals who do not have time to prepare quality meals but want to eat healthy, local nutritious food. His background in fitness and athletics, so it's a natural that his meals focus on fitness and health goals. Have a Pro Bowl through his initiative and business acumen is creating jobs while fulfilling a real need in the community.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Matthew White, who I had the pleasure of meeting at the Dartmouth Terry Fox event last September, hosted by Better Together. My daughters and I were thrilled to meet Mr. White in our capacity as ambassadors for the Terry Fox Foundation. To mark the 40th anniversary of the Marathon of Hope, Matthew took the initiative to run 40 marathons in Terry Fox's honor. He spent last year training on local trails and started a string of marathons on January 4th. For those of us that have prepared for a marathon, we know the discipline and training that goes into that. Imagine 40. And let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, Terry Fox ran a marathon every day for 101 days. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Matthew White for his work in raising awareness about cancer and raising funds for cancer research. He certainly can teach us a thing or two about what it means to try like Terry. Mr. Speaker, the Marathon of Hope continues. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate and wish a fond farewell to Lynn Coward, who is retiring at the end of March as the dispatcher for Bay Rides. Bay Rides is an invaluable community transportation service for the St. Margaret's Bay area, a service which provides the only access for many folks to get groceries, attend medical appointments, get to work, and many other activities. Lynn has been with Bay Rides for nearly 9 years and has shown an unwavering commitment to this important community service. She's been the friendly voice on the phone for hundreds of people booking with Bay Rides, and she has been a strong advocate for community transportation systems. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Bay Rides dispatcher Lynn Coward and to thank her for her years of service to this important community transportation service. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our community lost a great champion in Charlie Palmer in recent weeks. Charlie passed away at 100 years old. Charlie was a decorated Second World War veteran. He was a former alderman in the city of Sydney, and he spent a great career with the National Railway as a worker. Charlie was awarded the rank of Knight of the French National of the Legion of Honor for helping liberate France during the Second World War. But many people also know Charlie for being one of Cape Breton's biggest advocates, if not the biggest advocate for rail. Some people used to refer to him as Choo Choo Charlie because he always took every opportunity he could to promote the importance of rail for the future of the island. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the House to pass along their best to Charlie's family. He was a big part of our community for a very long time, and he will be missed.
The honourable member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A well-known Colchester County athlete and columnist was one of those honoured in 2020 by entry into the Maritime Sport Hall of Fame. Brookfield native Lyle Carter graced multiple hockey leagues from 1967 to 1975, including 15 games as goaltender with the Oakland-based National Hockey League team, the California Golden Seals, in 1971 and 72. Prior to that, playing fast-pitch softball for the Brookfield Elks, Carter advanced to national championships, winning 10 mainland Nova Scotia League batting championships. Due to COVID-19, the ceremony for the 2020 Hall of Fame inductees will be included in the 2021 celebrations. I would like to take a moment to congratulate Lyle Carter and all of the 2020 Maritime Sport Hall of Fame inductees on achieving this honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of my friend, the late Jackie Dort, a wonderful woman and councillor for District 6 in Goshen, located in the municipality of the District of St. Mary's. Jackie served her people as councillor since 2001 and in 2016 became deputy warden for the municipality of St. Mary's. The world lost the bright light that was Jackie on July 21st, 2020. Jackie was a pillar in her community and one that people looked to for help. To Jackie, it didn't matter who it was or where they were from. She would always help people. She was devoted to being very effective in representing her community. In her honor, her family was presented with the establishment of the Deputy Warden Dort Bursary. A $200 bursary will be given out once a year to a local graduate for the next 19 years, a tribute to the 19 years she served with the municipality. The recipient of this bursary must, like her, exemplify qualities of volunteerism, community involvement, and leadership. Deputy Minister Jackie Dort will be greatly missed by many. She will always be remembered for her gold standard of public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville Beaverbank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the many volunteers of Sackville Community Food Garden and Square Roots of Sackville. The charity group Square Roots has been working hard recently with the Sackville Community Food Garden to deliver fresh food bundles to the people in need in Sackville. Of course, due to COVID, Mr. Speaker, many people are out of work and are struggling to feed their families. The food bundles provided by Square Roots Sackville and the Sackville Community Food Garden have been helping to alleviate some of the stress on families in these trying times. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take an opportunity to thank those volunteers of Square Roots Sackville and Sackville Community Garden for all their hard work helping to make these difficult times a little bit easier on the people of Sackville and Beaverbank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic. The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the school community of Hammonds Plains Lucasville. To say the least, COVID-19 has created challenges in all our lives. With all the necessary precautions and restrictions, the beginning of the school year was certainly a different kickoff compared to what we've grown to look forward to. Dedication and willingness of the school community to work together to provide our students with a safe and happy learning environment was and is exceptional. Quickly developing effective ways to ensure our students remain safe and to enable public health protocols has been well handled. This is a wonderful example of the resilience that Nova Scotians possess. The changes haven't always been easy, but teachers, administrators, staff, bus drivers, parents, guardians, and most importantly, students, everyone has stepped up to the task. I would ask all the members of this House to join me in commending the school community of Hammonds Plains Lucasville for their continued ability in collaboration with Public Health and the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development to ensure that our students have a safe and enjoyable place to live, learn, and become the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Purple Day, and we wear purple to raise awareness about epilepsy. But I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to recognize Medrick and Jocelyn Cousineau of Eastern Passage for founding Pause for Thought, as well as being the most recent recipients of the Meritorious Service Cross Civil Division from the Governor General of Canada. The service that is offered through Pause for Thought is pairing first responders and veterans that have been affected by operational stress injuries with PTSD service dogs. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in thanking Medrick and Jocelyn Cousineau for their compassion, as well as their foresight to see the very real need that these first responders and veterans have to face and have been struggling with. Finally, last but not least, for offering hope in many cases where there wasn't any. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate John and Shelley Glover on their retirement from one of St. Margaret Bay's iconic businesses, Redmond's Home Hardware. John Glover was always a handyman, and when Redmond's Home Hardware first opened in 1980, he quickly became one of their biggest customers. John and Shelley purchased Redmond's Home Hardware 20 years later and ran the shop to 2021. John and Shelley have been active members of the St. Margaret's Bay community and in fact have held the chair of that position, of that society. Now, John's son, Colin Glover, with partners Al Bardsley and Catherine Foote, have purchased Redmond's and are looking forward to continuing the good work of John and Shelley, as well as applying their own stamp to the business. Mr. Speaker, I invite all the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating John and Shelley Glover on their success with Redmond's Home Hardware and wish them all the happiness in their retirement years. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today citizens across our province and beyond will celebrate Blue Nose Centennial. Over the past 100 years, Blue Nose has had crews exemplify tenacity, leading the schooner to truly have no equal. She brought in some of the largest catches ever recorded by a schooner and was created by shipwrights, sailmakers, and the community of Lunenburg. This past summer, this sense of community formed by Blue Nose was felt again as she sailed past multiple communities along our coast, including in Kings West. Many conveyed to me that this was the first time they were able to see the Blue Nose in all her glory. And this came at a time when many of our residents needed a feeling of hope. And this is exactly what Blue Nose offered. And for many, will be a moment that they will never forget. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate Blue Nose Centennial, I would ask members of this House to join me in recognizing those that made the sail past summer possible, the crew and Blue Nose, for offering the people of Kings West and the province the opportunity to see this magnificent vessel and symbol of hope.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Après une carrière de 38 ans, dont 5 à titre de directeur général du Conseil scolaire acadien provincial, Monsieur Michel Comeau a annoncé sa retraite à la fin de son mandat en juillet 2021. Monsieur Comeau a dédié toute sa carrière en éducation au service de la population acadienne et francophone de la province en tant qu'enseignant, directeur d'école et divers rôles au sein de l'administration du CSAP. Il a contribué à de nombreux projets scolaires réalisés partout dans notre province. Monsieur le Président, je demande à tous les députés de cette Assemblée de se joindre à moi pour féliciter Monsieur Michel Comeau pour sa retraite bien méritée et lui souhaiter tout le meilleur lorsqu'il commence le prochain chapitre de sa vie. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, March 26 is known as Purple Day, a grassroots event formed to increase worldwide awareness of epilepsy and to dispel common myths and fears of this neurological disorder. Nova Scotian Cassidy Megan conceived of Purple Day when she was only 9 years old. The Epilepsy Association of Nova Scotia joined in Cassidy's quest, as did the US-based Anita Kaufman Foundation in 2009. This increased awareness of Purple Day immensely. Cassidy's Member of Parliament, Halifax West MP Jeff Regan, introduced a private member's bill to make March 26 an annual day for epilepsy awareness here in Canada. It received royal assent in March 2012, and Canada remains the only country to officially recognize the day. I'd like to congratulate Cassidy Megan on taking her movement worldwide and helping to dispel myths and fears of this often misunderstood disease. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Brett Pettit, a local Kentville woman who is a senior forward and the co-captain of the Wisconsin Badgers hockey team. Pettit and the Wisconsin Badgers are the 2021 NCAA Women's Hockey Champions for the second time in 3 years. The Badgers won the national championship in Pettit's sophomore season in 2019 and were in a position to repeat the following year. However, the 2020 Nationals were abruptly canceled due to COVID-19 before Wisconsin's quarterfinal game. The win is very special for Brett Pettit, as one of the reasons she chose to go to the University of Wisconsin was to have an opportunity to win a national championship, and she certainly did. Please join me in congratulating Brett Pettit for her leadership and accomplishments as a Wisconsin Badger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in honor of Purple Day, I wish to highlight Cassidy Megan, the founder of the movement. In 2008, Cassidy created Purple Day to raise awareness about the neurological disorder epilepsy. She was just 9 years old. She spread the word by talking to her family members and involving her school, which was Halifax West in my riding. Cassidy reached out to all levels of government, including the Prime Minister, who supported the cause to end stigma. In 2012, the Canadian government passed the Purple Day Act, making Purple Day an official law in Canada. More than 100 countries celebrate Purple Day, and it affects roughly 65 million people. Cassidy says, epilepsy is part of us, but it does not define us. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of this House to join me in applauding Cassidy Megan for her bravery in sharing her story and helping end the stigma for epilepsy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Heidi Jamieson Mills on being named to Canada's top 100 most powerful women list in December. Heidi is the Senior Vice President of Finance, Reporting, and Treasury at Sobeys. Prior to this designation, she was awarded with Intact Professionals Award, which recognizes women who are leaders within their organizations. Heidi began her career with Sobeys in high school and through the years progressed on to more senior roles. She is an involved community member, particularly with supporting local health, and currently sits on the board of directors for the Aberdeen Health Foundation. Mr. Speaker, I once again congratulate Heidi Jamieson Mills on this wonderful achievement and wish her all the best on her future endeavors. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kyle Burton from Messtown, Colchester North, grew up in a family who raced horses, and although he had no interest in being hands-on with the animals, he developed an interest in photography at the track. In February 2020, Burton received his second O'Brien Award for photography. This photo is called Under the Spotlight and is a nighttime shot taken during last year's Gold Cup and Saucer in Charlottetown. 2 years ago, Burton received his first O'Brien Award for his photo Dusty Lane Appearance, which showed a horse coming through the cloud of dust to the finish line. During the week, Burton works in business development for the Center for Ocean Ventures and Entrepreneurship, COVE, in Dartmouth, where he also puts his photography skills to work. He's also been the track photographer at the Truro Raceway for several years. Our congratulations to Kyle for twice receiving the prestigious O'Brien Photography Award. We wish him continued success, and we'll see him at the track. Thank you.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and acknowledge a community member who has shown great dedication and confidence in the community. As the president of the East End Community Association, Deb Pryor has shown great commitment to the East End of Truro by encouraging community members to join the association and advocating to ensure that the East End community is a safe and desirable place for families to move and live. She was a key part of the development of the Herb Pepper Community Park, which commemorates a distinguished Second World War veteran and longtime resident of the East End of Truro. She recently helped secure $25,000 in donation from the CN Halifax Community Board to assist with the safety of upgrades to the park for all children to enjoy. I would like to thank Deb Pryor for her caring, dedication, and passion to the East End community of the town of Truro. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The time allotted for member statements has expired. The House will now recess for its mandated 15-minute COVID protocol break, and the House will resume at 10:15. Order, please. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other day in question period, the Premier made kind of a ham-fisted attempt to accuse me of promoting vaccine hesitancy. We all had a bit of a chuckle over that because, of course, in fact, people know that I'm standing in this House repeatedly asking, practically begging the Premier to get more vaccine into Nova Scotians with more urgency. But the statement did give me pause for thought, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes the Premier makes statements that he talks about how he listens to public health. Sometimes he makes statements how he directs public health. Sometimes he says the process is apolitical. Sometimes he says he's the political master of the process. It just makes me curious, Mr. Speaker, as to if maybe the Premier can explain how does the Premier decide when he should direct public health or when he should listen to public health?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Nova Scotians for getting us to the place that we are today, Mr. Speaker. One of the safest places in Canada, Mr. Speaker. That's why people from all over Canada are starting to look at Nova Scotia as a beacon of hope. More people are moving here, Mr. Speaker, with their families, creating economic prosperity in the province. Because we have led the country, we've listened to public health. We've adopted masks earlier than most jurisdictions. We've adopted asymptomatic testing more than most jurisdictions. We're going to continue to listen to public health. And yes, we direct, once we have that advice from public health, we make the decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we have done well with the case counts in this province because we, Nova Scotians, have listened. But the language around directing public health is new with the new Premier. We never saw that over the past year when things were going well. We've actually seen some confusions and some walkbacks since the new Premier. That's why I'm curious as to the dynamic there between them. We know the Premier directed public health on the AstraZeneca vaccines. He mentioned the other day that he directed public health to prioritize a certain group in the vaccine rollout. We were relieved when police officers were reprioritized. I'd like to ask the Premier, I wonder, did the Premier direct public health on that issue too with the police putting
the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to stay in lockstep with public health, Mr. Speaker. It showed how it worked in the first wave, how we flattened the curve, and in the second wave we're flattening the curve. We have low cases, Mr. Speaker. Our schools are open, Mr. Speaker. Our businesses, we have a semblance of normalcy here, and we're going to continue to prioritize people in the vaccine program as it continues to roll out and stay positive, Mr. Speaker. We have the infrastructure set up, and we're ready to ramp up every single day. We're getting more and more doses in arms, Mr. Speaker, 5,700 yesterday. We're hitting record-breaking days and weeks, and we're ready for the next volume uptake from the federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad we're hitting record numbers. We need to get more vaccines. We need to catch up to the rest of the country who are also putting more and more in arms every single day. So I'm hopeful that we can catch up. But I wanted to go back to something I raised the other day about people with underlying health conditions. I documented a long list of conditions that would get you a priority vaccination in other provinces, just not here. Transplants, people with transplants, people with cancer, people with heart disease, people with Down syndrome, all kinds of conditions that will risk of serious complications will get you an earlier vaccination in another province, but just not here. My question for the Premier is, we know that the Premier sometimes directs public health on different groups, but I'd like to go back and say, I'd like to ask the Premier, does he plan to ask the public health to prioritize this particular group of people in terms of the vaccine rollout?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member opposite is saying that sometimes we're offside with public health when indeed, I don't know if he watches the briefings, but Dr. Strang has addressed this very point, Mr. Speaker. Our focus is on population immunity, making sure that we focus on those that are over the age of 80, getting close to descending down into those that are in the age of 70, making sure that we're out into First Nation clinics. Now all First Nations had an opportunity to get their first shot. Mr. Speaker, we're working with the African Nova Scotian community, and we do have prioritization with long-term care centres, healthcare workers, but we need to ensure that we're continuously looking at the population as a whole. Our case counts are low. That gives us the opportunity to continue with an effective, efficient delivery of the vaccine.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Premier. Yesterday, our caucus learned from officials in the Department of Health and Wellness that the amount that the government had brought in last year from patients for ambulance services was $14.3 million. I would like to ask the Premier, does he think it is fitting or appropriate in our universal health care system, in our public health care system, that the government should be collecting over $14 million in user fees from people in urgent, distressing medical situations?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our EMS service has been doing well over the last number of decades, a pioneer service in North America. There is a Fitch report that looks at ways that we can make that service more efficient, utilizing staff more appropriately, Mr. Speaker, improving offload times. That's the work that's underway. We're going to continue to look at the recommendations, most of which are already in implementation. But we're going to look at that report very closely to ensure that we are remaining cutting edge in the country.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
What I am asking about specifically, Mr. Speaker, is the financial consideration from the point of view of patients. Now, recently, the government reported that last year, the Department of Health and Wellness had written off debts as uncollectible in the amount of $4.7 million, and that a significant component of those uncollectible debts were uncollectible bills that had been sent out for ambulance services. Now, doesn't it indicate, when we see that such a high percentage of the bills that have been sent out in the province for ambulance services in a year have proven to be uncollectible, doesn't that indicate that those bills are being sent out to patients in the first place who can't afford them?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank those healthcare workers that continue to provide cutting-edge service to Nova Scotians, one that we should be always looking for continuous improvement on. There are programs that help support low-income Nova Scotians. Low-income Nova Scotians actually do have an opportunity to get that fee that the member opposite referenced waived. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the Premier has said is, of course, the case, but it is also the case, and I will table the source of this, that 23% of people in our region report that in the past they have made the decision not to call an ambulance in a situation where they otherwise would have made that call because of financial considerations. Now, surely there are many situations where this has a negative effect in terms of delaying treatments or where it has a negative effect from the point of view of conditions worsening. So doesn't the Premier agree that in moments of distress and 911 urgency that people shouldn't have to be weighed down with considerations about the money in the bill?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and people should not have to worry about financial considerations when it comes to health care. That's why we do have the ambulance fee waiver program for those that are in low income, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to make sure that we're looking at that program to ensure that the income cutoff is at an appropriate level, and I'll make sure that I take that back and have a look at the program. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen this Premier walk back a school site selection decision in Eastern Shore. We've seen this Premier walk back accepting AstraZeneca vaccines. We've seen this Premier walk back when police should receive the vaccine. We've seen this Premier walk back his second attempt at Bill 4. Now we're stuck in a position where he's been caught exerting political influence on public health over the border issue. and he's in a jam on this one, Mr. Speaker. The Premier jumped the gun in terms of his fellow premiers. Does the Premier intend to walk the border decision back to or risk it out?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to be clear about this. I will make no decision without having the advice of Dr. Strang and Public Health first, Mr. Speaker. That decision on the border was brought to me by Dr. Strang, actually, and he came to me and said there's no reason why we should have that border shut down with this exact same epidemiology in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. I gave the opportunity for New Brunswick to follow suit, Mr. Speaker. They decided not to at that time. And now we're looking at a case increase in the northern region of New Brunswick. That's the area they put in the red zone, and that's why we acted quickly on the advice of Dr. Strang to say that no travel inside of that region in the Edmundston and surrounding area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if you come from PEI where there are 8 active cases, you isolate for 14 days. If you come from Newfoundland where there's 1 active case, you isolate for 14 days. Different story when it comes to New Brunswick, where there's 89 active cases. And my question for the Premier is, why did the Premier rush ahead when his more seasoned colleagues and as premiers in the other provinces suggested it was best to wait?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what he said is just not accurate, Mr. Speaker. When you come from PEI, you don't have to self-isolate. You haven't had to since the last Atlantic maritime bubble, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. He continues to bring forward information that's not accurate in the House. I'm going to continue to base my decisions on evidence, on facts, with healthcare, with the environment. We have an important climate crisis to deal with and biodiversity loss to deal with, and that member continues to try to pit one region of the province against the other. Yesterday, his caucus is trying to take on our public servants, Mr. Speaker. This government and the Liberal Party will continue to look at the evidence and science when we make our decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is directed towards the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I want to return to a topic I raised a few days ago regarding online gambling and gambling addictions. As you recall, Atlantic Lotto Corporation has recently opened up its online gaming casino. I questioned the wisdom of such a move when everyone was still staying close to home. Now it's come to my attention that the Atlantic Lotto Corporation is mailing out free play vouchers to all Nova Scotians, and I'd like to... I get that free play vouchers are a common and accepted promotion in the gambling industry, but I'm not sure I agree with using public money to do so. My question to the Minister, is he aware that public money is being used to incentivize gambling in this province?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Atlantic Lotto provides a service to Nova Scotians. And when they looked at online gambling, it was a service that was being provided from other countries where it was unregulated. And it was actually putting Nova Scotians at a lot of harm. And they did the research to make sure that they could provide it in a safe and effective manner. And as well, Mr. Speaker, through the funding and what comes from Atlantic Lotto, we provide programs to help those with addictions and to help those who need help with gambling. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to redirect my supplementary to the Minister of Health, or the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Just to restate, we have Nova Scotians staying at home more, as we all do our best to follow the COVID protocols. While we're staying at home, the province, through ALC, decides to open and run online gambling. Now we find that ALC isn't just offering an opportunity to play online, they're actually incentivizing it with public money. Again, all while removing the dedicated funding for gambling addiction. My question to the minister responsible for the Office of Mental Health and Addictions, is he comfortable with using public money to incentivize online gambling?
The Honourable Minister of Health. The Honourable Minister of Health is muted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify for the member, no funding has been eliminated from supports for those with gambling. We've actually put more money into the front lines to support those folks. The move to bring in this regulated online gambling forum, as the Minister of Finance said, was done so that Nova Scotians who were choosing to gamble, because they will and have other sources, were doing so in a regulated format where there's actually tools for intervention. People monitor gambling behavior, and folks that support those in trouble will reach out when they see problematic situations. And we've enhanced our supports for mental health, for gambling and addictions awareness, and we now have a safer venue for Nova Scotians to partake in that if they choose to.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount, and I'll get you to table the document that you had earlier there. Sorry about that. Thank you. The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the minister for his answer. But if I recall, the question I asked was he comfortable with using public money to encourage online gambling? Mr. Speaker, I want to stick with this a little longer because I feel that there's been a really short-sighted decision with regards to the new provincially run online casino. Again launched when many Nova Scotians are staying close to home and with limited options for entertainment, and now actively recruiting players with free play vouchers. When I first raised this with the minister on Wednesday, part of his response was, "What I hear from clinicians is that gambling addiction can oftentimes be associated with other mental health disorders or struggles as well." A statement that matches everything I've learned about gambling addictions. But I think we also accept that COVID has been an unprecedented mental health event in this province, as well as which adds an element of vulnerability. My question to the minister, given his own awareness of the correlation between addictions and general mental health, does he still feel that this was the best environment to open an online casino? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very much appreciate the intent of the question, and I do believe having a regulated environment for people that choose to do this, because if they do not have a regulated format to do this, they may very well choose to utilize other sources, which is what was happening. To have a regulated format for this with intervention opportunities, I think is a better option for Nova Scotians. Furthermore, we are enhancing our mental health and addiction services here in Nova Scotia through a number of means, expanding our virtual options that are available for people, having single sessions that can be now available for Nova Scotians. We have a crisis line. We've hired more clinicians, and we will be hiring a clinician to coordinate supports across government departments that will be housed here in the Department of Health. So this is a very important issue, and we're going to continue to invest and support Nova Scotians who are dealing with mental health and addictions, including gambling issues in their lives.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to redirect back to the minister responsible for alcohol, gaming, fuel, and tobacco. For today, I just want to touch on one more piece. For as long as Nova Scotia has had its 2 brick-and-mortar casinos, it has had a voluntary exclusion program. Under this program, patrons ask the casino to help them manage their play by denying them access to the casino itself. It's good and important program, but I don't know how effective it is when ALC is offering a casino at everyone's fingertips. And I get that there are other online offerings that could easily tempt excluded players. But I think that the province has an obligation to try and honor the exclusion program. My question to the minister, what protocols are in place to keep excluded patrons off the ALC casino site? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the programs that are available at the casino are available with our online mechanism as well. And with our online mechanism, we'll be able to monitor those who are gambling. We'll be able to reach out to them, and there gives us a lot more abilities to use our tools to help those who need help with their gambling addictions and be able to monitor it. And again, Mr. Speaker, I will point out that there are thousands of online gambling sites throughout the world. Nova Scotians are on those, and those are unsafe sites. The betting limits are much higher than what the Atlantic Lotto Corporation has set. And once people are reaching outside of Canadian jurisdiction, there's no way for us to help them with gambling, and this is a way to help Nova Scotians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. I am devastated to stand and say that 45 people died in Nova Scotia in 2020 from opioid overdose. Earlier this month, we learned of yet another death. I was glad to see the increased funding for overdose prevention from Nova Scotia Health. Recently, a group of health professionals, the Canadian Association of People Who Use Drugs, and allies were convened through Dalhousie University to put together a policy statement in support of safe supply in Nova Scotia. They point out that unless government supports access to safe drug supply, overdose deaths like this will continue to happen. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier commit to ensuring a safe supply of drugs is available in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to need to continue to focus on earlier intervention in healthcare, especially when it comes to addictions. And safe supply is something that we're going to need to make sure that we do more of in the province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, I'd like to thank the Premier for that answer and look forward to seeing what comes of that. Mr. Speaker, addiction support programs need to be accessible in order to be effective. This is why I was so surprised and dismayed to learn that Nova Scotia Health is moving 3 mental health and addictions locations out of downtown Dartmouth and out to the very edge of the area where clients are concentrated. Of course, a brand new building is good news for lots of reasons, but for many people in Dartmouth, this change in location means an hour-long trip on public transit or not accessing the services at all. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier commit to making mental health and addiction services truly accessible to the people in Dartmouth who need them?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm aware of the consolidation of those 3 clinics, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is it's close to a Metro Transit stop there for access, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to provide better mental health and addiction services across the whole province, and that's why we've brought in a number of programs for single-session therapy across the province, for withdrawal management. These are important initiatives that we want to take action on right away as we develop the Office of Mental Health with expertise from a clinician, from psychologists, from other competencies to make sure that we understand the issues from a core, from why that they're developed from the beginning to end, Mr. Speaker. Those early interventions are so important, and we will see a renewed focus on them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, part of the pandemic that is very much a story in other places but rarely ever mentioned in Nova Scotia are the long haulers. I'm sure everyone has heard of these cases where mostly younger people who have recovered from their acute bout of COVID-19 are left with long-term, often debilitating symptoms such as fatigue and brain fog and short-term memory and erratic heartbeat and many more other symptoms. And the description of long-haul COVID can be downright terrifying, and it's awful to see. But Harvard Medical School actually just came out and reported that studies indicate that as many as 80% of moderate COVID patients are suffering from long COVID. And this article is actually being tabled right now in the chamber. So my question for the Minister of Health is, with 1,700 confirmed cases of COVID, is the Minister aware of any long-haul cases in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't be aware of individual cases with COVID. We do follow confidentiality rules in relation to that. But I have spoken to Dr. Strang and our public health officials and have been informed that if there are any long-haul cases here in Nova Scotia, those folks are continually monitored by physicians in our system. And this is another reason why, even as we start to roll out vaccines, we still need to be vigilant, follow public health protocols, and each do our part to keep each other safe by wearing our masks, washing our hands, and limiting social gatherings as much as possible.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. I really think that we're going to have to pay major attention to this because, as I've said, these symptoms are actually quite frightening, and the frequency of cases is quite alarming. It goes to show that the pandemic will definitely cast a long shadow for those who've lost loved ones, for those that are suffering from increased mental health burdens, and for these long haulers. And they cannot be ignored, Mr. Speaker. For Nova Scotia, even with our low case numbers, which everyone is very proud of, we are looking at another chronic disease that we can expect will be around for a long time, and we cannot ignore this. Time is of the essence. And my question for the Minister of Health, has the department considered doing an analysis of the long-term costs that will be associated with caring for those with long COVID?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, and I agree with the member. The majority of aspects of this, every aspect of this pandemic is concerning. The long-haul cases in particular. We are expanding our public health services and our infections prevention folks here. So we do have a very capable team. They're small but mighty, and that group is in the process of getting some more resources to expand their capacity.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, HPV is the leading cause of cervical cancer among women, and our party inquired on March 23rd in QP about the pausing of cancer screenings, also surgery backlogs. Minister of Health's response implied that things were actually rolling smoothly, we didn't need to worry. But Abby Ferguson, the health promotion coordinator from the Halifax Sexual Health Center, recently stated in an interview that the clinic does only 25 to 30 Pap tests per week, and she said, I quote, "We're wildly backed up. We simply do not have enough primary care providers for our population." Mr. Speaker, Pap smears detect cervical cancer, and when Pap smears are not cut up, cervical cancer grows undetected and the consequences are deadly. My question to the Minister of Health is, does the Minister have an accelerated plan to catch up on these Pap smear diagnostic tests that detect cervical cancer, and what are the details of this plan?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The pandemic did impact health delivery services across this province, not just in Nova Scotia, but indeed across the world. And we are in the process of getting our screenings back up in place. There are some wait times associated with that because of the delays over COVID. We've also put more resources in place. We've hired more nurse practitioners in our province. And I know that there's a wait list, but our folks are continually working through this process to do their very best to catch up.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know if there's a specific plan for well women clinics for Pap smear screening, because it is a very specific need. Here's another quote from Abby Ferguson regarding the backlog being placed on Nova Scotia women. Quote, "Every step of getting a PAP for a lot of people is a struggle. It's a struggle to get through on phone lines. It's a struggle to get an appointment in a timely manner that works for you." Mr. Speaker, women do not always have access to cervical screening cancer here in Nova Scotia, even before the pandemic, and now it seems to be much worse. I'm worried about my fellow women in this province who are not getting cancer detected early, and this will lead to unnecessary early mortality. Cervical cancer is especially hard for all of us to accept, myself included, because we know with early detection, it's almost always curable. So my question to the Minister of Health is, will the Minister commit to making women's health and early cancer screening, Pap smear clinics, a priority for the province?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, catching up on the backlog for these procedures, along with other really critical procedures in Nova Scotia, like elected surgeries and other cancer screenings, including colon screening, are the system's priority right now. So our staff, our clinicians are working diligently to do just that. And of course, women's health is critically important. And that's why in this budget, we've invested more dollars to actually have sexualized trauma supports available, not just for women, but for men too, across the province as well. So this is an area of focus for us, and we'll continue to prioritize this area.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The southwestern zone of Nova Scotia has had a poor vaccination rollout. Dry line from Digby to Liverpool, and there are no AstraZeneca clinics west of that line. Mr. Speaker, I have constituents who need to travel upwards to an hour and a half in order to get vaccinated. The southwestern region of our province is very large, and this government has created a dead zone. The government has claimed that it's okay that we're behind in vaccinating because they're ahead in planning, but meanwhile, Southwestern Nova Scotia does not have anything close to a convenient access to AstraZeneca vaccines. So my question for the Minister of Health is, how does he explain the failure to provide equal access to all of Southwestern Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. So that's not accurate, the information that the member provided. We do have in Yarmouth a vaccine clinic at the Burge campus. We've had long-term care facilities being vaccinated. We've had a health clinic in the Yarmouth Regional Hospital that's providing vaccines to our first responders and other medical staff that meet the criteria. The AstraZeneca rollout was dependent on volunteers from our pharmacy associations and from Doctors Nova Scotia. So we worked through both organizations to identify as many locations as possible. And there were none in Yarmouth that were able to do this on for the first batch of AstraZeneca. And that did come, that's not their fault, that did come in, that supply came in very late, and there was a deadline on it. But we did work with them to find access points in every single region of the province, and I'm happy to say that all 13,000 doses are in arms already.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister tried to frame my question as being inaccurate. I'm not sure, in fact, if you listen to it, the context of the question was specifically to AstraZeneca. So again, you draw a line from Digby to Liverpool. West of that, there's no AstraZeneca clinics. So people, the Minister and I have a neighbourhood constituency, so I'm sure that he's getting the same calls that I'm getting. People are anxious and confused. They see vaccines rolling out in other parts of our country and other parts of the world. So more vaccines to more people everywhere but here. And so people are left with hours to travel. So even when the AstraZeneca clinics arrive in Yarmouth and Shelburne counties, I wonder how far residents will have to travel to get that long-awaited shot in the arm. So, Mr. Speaker, my question again for the Minister, how can this government claim we are leading in vaccination efforts when I have to rise in this House and ask the Minister of Health why people are being overlooked and neglected?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the party opposite continues to try and undermine public confidence in the vaccine rollout, but the proof is going to be in the pudding. If the member watched the technical briefing that Dr. Strang and the Premier conducted last week, he would see the map of Nova Scotia with access points in almost every single community across the province as supply amps up. And the more supply that comes in, the more locations there's going to be. And I hope the opposition keeps talking about this, because June's going to come very quickly, and we're going to get, so long as supply remains intact, we're going to get first dose vaccines in everybody's arms here that want one.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. On March 10th of last year, in closing third reading of Bill number 242, Protecting Access to Reproductive Health Care Act, my bill, I raised the issue of differential access to IUDs. An IUD costs $400, and while this may be covered by Family Pharmacare or by private insurance, it is not covered by MSI. The former Premier at that time committed to go back and look at whether government could address this gap right on the floor of this chamber. But unfortunately, in response to a follow-up letter we wrote in October, the then Minister of Health suggested that no action had been taken and none was planned. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier commit to adding IUDs to the list of services covered by MSI?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I don't have background information on this important issue, but I can assure the member opposite that I'll engage discussions to get caught up to speed and where that discussion left off with the Minister of Health. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
I thank the Premier for that response. Mr. Speaker, contraceptives are basic preventative health care that should be free and easy to obtain. Many organizations have advocated for access to free contraception, including the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Pediatric Society, and the Society of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of Canada. MSI does cover more expensive services like hysterectomy, vasectomy, tubal ligation, and surgical abortion, some of which can be avoided with this compassionate, low-cost intervention in preventative women's health care. but not contraceptives. Those aren't covered, Mr. Premier. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Premier agree to provide, I apologize for addressing the member directly, Mr. Speaker, will the Premier agree to provide free coverage for prescription and emergency contraceptives for all Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for bringing the issue to the floor of the legislature, a very important issue that we'll definitely go back and have that discussion to see where the IUD discussion was left off previous to me, as well as there's other issues I know along the lines of contraceptive that we'll look at as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. Recently, I communicated with a parent who has an adult child living in a community services small options home. This parent does not understand the COVID-19 vaccine plan, specifically why you are skipping phases and priorities. In your published plan, you state, and I will table that, Phase 1 initial doses includes healthcare workers who work directly with patients in hospitals and patients in their home, paramedics and medical first responders, people who work in long-term care facilities, people who live in long-term care facilities and their designated caregivers, people who work and live in the Department of Community Services facilities like adult residential care centers and regional rehabilitation centers. This parent came to me because their adult child has not been vaccinated. The plan states people who live and work. Now, the staff have been vaccinated,
Does
but
a member
their
have a
family
question?
member has not. And phase 2 of the vaccination plan is now clearly underway, but phase 1 has not been completed. So my question, Mr. Speaker, for the minister is, what do I say to these parents who feel their family member has been left behind by the move to phase 1 before phase 2, before phase 1 was completed?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the member to share with that individual the same information that I've been sharing with people that are concerned and that want to get vaccinated, that are rightfully fearful of this pandemic, is that Nova Scotia is on a very efficient track to get to herd immunity to the quickest route possible. And this is the best thing that we can do for everybody, including those with underlying health conditions. And we're well on our way. We're hitting new records every single day. The number of vaccines going in arms has had an exponential rise every day this week, and that is going to continue as supply amps up because we have a distribution plan in place. We have great partners with our pharmacies and our doctors and the public health clinics that we've set up, and we're going to hit our target so long as supply remains intact for June.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the minister for that answer, but it unfortunately was slightly muffled. I did not hear all of it. Mr. Speaker, I have constituents that are rightly worried about their adult child safety. Even though your government does not vaccinate those with underlying conditions, though most provinces do, you have seen the wisdom in getting the vaccine to those in residential care. But the best laid plans are only as good as the execution. And when a parent's here, staff have been vaccinated, but their family member has not, they start to wonder. And this is not to pit one staff against residents, because anyone who is offered a vaccine should take it. My question for the minister is his department in direct communication with residents and their families who have been left behind and letting them know when they will be vaccinated, or are they left to wonder what's going on?
Just like to remind the Honourable Member to keep your questions indirect and through the chair to members opposite. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, so all the information is available online for when the vaccine milestones will be met, where the access points are going to be. That is all available on our public health website. The Premier and Dr. Strang went through a technical briefing on that. I would encourage every member and everybody watching to review that, because all the information is in there on when the rationale behind this plan and where the access points are, when people are going to get their vaccines. So obviously vaccinating staff in these facilities is very important, because that creates a layer of protection for the residents, even if they have not been vaccinated yet. So that is, I understand why people might be concerned about that, but that is part of the layered protection that those folks are getting, along with, of course, the other public health and safety protocols that are in place in those facilities.
The Honourable Member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is going to be for the Minister of Health. Finding out that you or a loved one has an illness can be very overwhelming. Suddenly a person is thrust into an unfamiliar environment, hearing a lot of unfamiliar words, and then being asked to make very difficult decisions. They need a team of allied health professionals to help them navigate. My question is, why are navigation services of community health teams only available in HRM, Windsor, and West Hants?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the member's right that the worst case scenario when families get information on diagnoses, there are supports in place for those folks. We have also invested heavily in hiring more mental health clinicians across our province. And in this budget that we hope all parties will vote for, there is additional investments in place to enhance the access points for people who are looking for assistance. The single session supports, I think, would be one of them that would apply to situations like this.
The Honourable Member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the overwhelming situation all patients can find themselves in, rural patients may have to add distance from and travel to specialists to their anxiety-inducing issues. People served by the Eastern Shore Musquodoboit Valley Community Health Board do not have access to the navigation services of a community health team, and they really need these services. When will the minister extend the community health team model for chronic disease management to rural areas of Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There is more money in this budget for more full-time positions in public health, including supports for infectious disease. I will get staff to follow up with the member to provide information on the supports that his constituents can access at this time.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, in 1994, $26 million was invested in paving the Fleur-de-Lis Trail, replacing gravel with pavement as part of a plan to improve safety and generate socioeconomic benefits. Since 1999, when the majority of the road project was completed, residents and visitors to that area have been pretty much forgotten by government. Reports of frequent loss of landline services, poor or no cell phone and broadband coverage being an issue, and some of the worst maintained roads in the province, putting residents and visitors' safety at risk. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Transportation please acknowledge the road's current deplorable condition and commit to prioritizing it in the next 5-year capital plan?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question. The highest priority that we have in the Department of Safety, we're very concerned about that at all times. And I'd just like to bring to the member's attention that this government in the last 2 construction seasons has committed over $1 billion to improving the roads in Nova Scotia, which is more money than we've ever seen in the history of the province. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard no response to, in fact, my question, and I would just like to, in fact, remind the minister that I have spoken to him on several occasions about the road conditions. I brought this up since I was elected in 2017. Despite being listed in the Doers and Dreamers Guide, visitors are advised by tourism agents and locals to avoid the Fleur-de-Lis Trail. The Fortress of Louisbourg had a record 138,000 visitors in 2017, and a survey completed in 2008 stated 60% of the park's visitors would travel to Fleur-de-Lis if it were completed as planned in 1995. Poor roads, poor cell service, poor broadband coverage, and a lack of a socioeconomic development plan along the Fleur-de-Lis Trail, it's become stagnant, despite reports and studies indicating that coastal sightseeing and outdoor adventure is the top 2 motivators for visiting Cape Breton. I would ask the Minister of Economic Development and Tourism, does he agree that we are far overdue to put an investment into a plan to look at an economic development plan, a tourism plan for the Fleur-de-Lis Trail?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and very proud to say that this budget has investments for trails for economic development across the province. Our tourism sector is an important one. Our trail is a draw for tourists to come to Nova Scotia, as are many other aspects in Cape Breton. We have the Cabot Trail. We have investments going into now a new ski hill, which I understand had a great season this year, and we'll continue to make investments not only in that region there, but across the province.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. Last week, a constituent contacted my office about the Senior Pharmacare program, and that he just enrolled in, and he just turned 65. The Seniors Pharmacare does not cover prescriptions that his former program covered without a physician applying for exemption. But first, he needs to find a physician. The program cost is $424 to enroll in. He must enroll at 65 or you're penalized. And he will pay 30% of all his prescription costs until he maximizes his copay with an additional expenditure of $382. My question, Mr. Speaker, for the Minister of Health: how much is the government paying Blue Cross to administer the Senior Pharmacare program?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listen, we're always happy in the Department of Health, and the majority of departments operate this way. If there's particular cases that members want to advocate for on behalf of their constituents, we just need consent form signed by the constituent, but please send those into our department. We've got a team here that is willing to assist. We'll look at every case that comes in and do our very best to help.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for his answers. Leads me into my next question, and thank you for providing me with that information. This same constituent, again, new to the Senior Pharmacare program, had questions about coverage, and he made three attempts to make calls to the administrators and waited up to 3 hours. He never was successful in getting through and is very frustrated. Obviously, this is a communication issue. He also sent 2 emails that he received a receipt and again had no reply. This is simply unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Communication is critical and important, with a deadline for canceling is March 31st, 2021. So my question for the Minister of Health, Mr. Speaker: Nova Scotians have expectations when paying for services, and when can my constituent expect a call back from Pharmacare, as the deadline is fast approaching March 31st?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. I will inform the member that there is an increase in the Pharmacare and utilization in this budget of close to $8 million. And again, if the member does get a consent form signed by his constituent, we are happy to look at that individual case and provide as much support as we're able to.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Jane Philpott stated a fundamental flaw of Canadian democracy is the fact that party discipline obliges MPs not to the people of Canada, but to the party's top brass. In-house inspection, a retrospective of the 42nd Parliament, found that too much control and interference from leadership and their staff was the 4th biggest obstacle to the work of a parliamentarian. All elected officials should feel safe to perform their elected duties and to speak freely to the concerns of their constituents, free of fear and manipulation of party whips or any kind of leadership. I would like to ask our Honourable Premier, Mr. Speaker, if he is committed to transforming an antiquated role with a tradition of coercion and threatening behaviour, beginning with eliminating the taxpayer-funded financial compensation of the party whip.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just speak on behalf of the government and our caucus. We've always had opportunities to bring forward issues and vote as we please in this House before and during my tenure. I continue to have full confidence in my team, the work they do. The role of the whip at times is very challenging to make sure that we keep quorum in the House. I want to thank the member for Clayton Park West for the work that she continues to do, and previous members as well, especially during the time of the virtual setting, which is new for the province. And I want to thank the entire team for bringing issues forward when they have them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Premier for his answer. I would ask, as the Premier is newly elected, and there's obviously an opportunity to do things differently moving forward, I would like to ask the Honourable Premier, with the current state of partisanship and those who are in partisanship who have the majority in this House, and of course we have 2 members who are independents, if he feels that the rules and procedures and the privileges within this House are the same for all.
The oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to our mandated 15-minute COVID break, and the House will resume proceedings at 11:20 a.m. Order, please. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Resolution 229, opposition response to the budget?
We'll now call Resolution 229. The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to continue my reply to the government's 2021 budget presented yesterday. Mr. Speaker, it was only 55 short weeks ago that I addressed you and my fellow MLAs in reply to last year's budget. I spoke at length regarding the foreboding clouds of COVID facing our province, about how our tourism sector, our hotels, cruise ship seasons were in peril, how the CAT was due to set sail to and from its newly repainted terminal in Bar Harbor, Maine. That terminal will probably have to be repainted come next year. Over this past year, it was encouraging to see our public servants, especially those in public health, led by Dr. Strang, guide us through. Dr. Strang, a name that is a household one now, but that no one knew a short 13 months ago. In deference to Dr. Strang, I think many Nova Scotians would have preferred never having gotten to know the good doctor. But here we are in March of 2021, and Nova Scotians can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Slowly, we are emerging from the pandemic with vaccinations rolling out, albeit slowly, but nonetheless rolling out, and a life after COVID does not seem that far away. A life that will be very different from before, but one that will offer the potential of some level of normalcy returning to our daily lives. So, Mr. Speaker, here we are to discuss the government's plans, both capital and operationally, for the next 12 months. On Tuesday, the capital budget was unveiled, a $130 million increase from last year's to $1.175 billion. Mr. Speaker, the capital budget is merely a continuation of projects started last year, with a few additional projects moved into the current year. But, Mr. Speaker, what about now? If this capital budget is as proposed, in part an effort to stimulate the economy, and if some projects have indeed been pulled forward from future periods, why must we wait 5 more years for new long-term care beds? In January, the government said the delay is the result of needing to do proper planning to make sure that the right needs are met. Mr. Speaker, to me this means they want to add beds but have no model, no plan, or the like done already. I ask, how can the Department of Health not have some plans, some design work, some planning for adding new long-term care beds when they've known for far too long about these chronic shortages? How is it that in a province with a provincial budget in excess of $11 billion, that there is no one, not even in a basement office next to the furnace, that works on such long-term planning? Long-term as in contingency, long-term as in break in case of emergency. Mr. Speaker, I put forth that if the government is serious not only about long-term care, but on wanting to accelerate some projects for the sake of the economy, there are 2 projects that after 3 years of planning should indeed be ready to go. The 65 long-term care bed facilities announced in 2018 for New Waterford and the North Side as part of their respective healthcare redevelopment projects. Especially on the North Side, the location is a green space. There's nothing there. There's no logistical impediments to breaking ground tomorrow. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in the fall, the government announced that the laundry facility, which is part of this redevelopment, would break ground this spring. So one would assume that if the department would have the plans for the entire North Side healthcare facility, not just the laundry at this point. Why not start those long-term care beds now? Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government unveiled the 2021 operating budget, a budget ripe with new spending in many areas, improvements to mental health, record spending in long-term care, a focus on the environment, a new path, they say. But, Mr. Speaker, there was very little mention of health care. In fact, in the speech from the throne earlier this session, health care seemed almost like an afterthought. People are concerned about our environment. People are concerned about many things, Mr. Speaker. But people are most concerned about having a family doctor, about ER wait times, the long wait times for tests and procedures, some in excess of a year. People are concerned about 2-year wait times for their loved ones to get into a long-term care bed, about having to wait over a year for mental health appointments. I put forward that the system is indeed broken. The system is stretched to the breaking point. Those in healthcare are only human and can only work so fast and do so much. I thank God, Mr. Speaker, for the professionalism, care, and compassion of our frontline healthcare workers who continue to work in this environment, one that at times leaves them powerless to help those in their care in a timely and safe fashion. Mr. Speaker, as an accountant, my experience to date has been in local, regional, and national organizations. Big or small, the trait that they all shared in common was thinking outside the box, the ability to innovate, and never resting, always moving forward. Mr. Speaker, our health system suffers from intransigence, siloness, one-track thinking, and inability to pivot, to move in new directions, to innovate. My Lord, it took a pandemic for this government and Department of Health to agree to virtual doctor care, virtual doctor appointments, something which our leader, the member from Pictou East, was openly mocked about during last winter's sitting of the legislature. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government unveiled its much anticipated and promoted plan for enhancing mental health in our province. The government announced $8 million in additional funding for mental health, along with the creation of an Office of Mental Health to operate within and under the Nova Scotia Health Authority. Mr. Speaker, while $8 million is not a trivial amount by any means, when you are talking about mental health, a service that Nova Scotians last year spent $220 million on, $8 million is only a 4% increase. And where will these funds be spent? To plan, to establish a separate office with a staff of 15, establishing single-session therapy sessions, new programs. Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, it's about the people. More programs, more services are not the issue. Access is the issue, full stop. This issue is access, and it's a lack of resources. Our universal mental health plan offers many solutions, some long-term, but engaging the private sector, mental health professionals by enabling them to build a public system would provide immediate increases to access and resources for the people, for those in need. I will give the government credit. They do plan to start using virtual care as part of their solution to mental health. Wow, virtual health, first doctors, now mental health. If the utility is there, the usefulness is there. Too bad the government wouldn't have appreciated it sooner. We might have been able to have had a fall sitting of this great legislature where we do the people's business. Mr. Speaker, we have all gone through a very difficult time this past year. The country, the provinces, everyone agrees it will take several years for our economies to rebound from this COVID recession. But like the phoenix reborn from rising from its ashes, this could be our moment, the moment for our province to take this challenge and rise to it. To embrace the moment, innovate, reinvent itself and how it does things. Thinking and moving outside of the box is not easy, nor is it simple, Mr. Speaker. It requires stepping back and embracing the opportunity to not only do better, but to think better, to deliver better. Mr. Speaker, over the past months, the Progressive Conservative official opposition may have been unable to sit in this building, may have been unable to hold the government to account in the legislative sessions. We made the choice to support and follow the directives of public health, to work with government to protect Nova Scotians. But we were not silent, Mr. Speaker. Where we saw issues, we worked to bring these matters to the government's attention. Where we could help locally or provincially, we did. But we were also busy, Mr. Speaker, busy drafting detailed policy papers. To date, we have released 3 such papers, each with detailed costings and deliverables and our hopes for this province, Mr. Speaker. The creation of a department solely focused on mental health, with a Minister of Mental Health, a department whose 2021 budget within health and wellness would, if it was pulled out on its own, would exceed the annual budget of 7 other existing departments. We also presented a detailed plan for long-term care and a commitment to create 2,400 long-term care beds. This is an issue that has been kicked down the street and down the road for so long that it's amazing that the system did not completely break during the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, COVID certainly shone a light for all to see the weakened state our long-term care system was in. It is a testament to all who work within long-term care. Those who, when the bell rang, provided the residents with care and attention, often becoming surrogate sons and daughters to our elderly who are trapped in these facilities, unable to visit or to be visited. Finally, Mr. Speaker, when the government answered the bell, they promised to create 236 new long-term care beds, roughly 10% of the current need. Except these beds, they won't be available for 5 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are currently 1,500 people waiting. I wonder their reaction to hearing that in 5 years' time, we'll have 236 new beds for you. Mr. Speaker, long-term care is a bill that has come due and must be paid. With our aging demographics, if we don't do it now, how can one expect to provide our elderly with the dignity and care they so rightfully deserve over the coming years? As the silver tsunami begins, this level and needs will only increase. Current projections state that in 20 years' time, we will need 20,000 long-term care beds. Mr. Speaker, planning is based, and I quote, on historical averages. There's no historical average that encompasses our baby boomer generation and the impact and utilization pressures they're going to place on our overburdened, under-resourced health system. Mr. Speaker, on our cold day in February, I was pleased to stand beside some of my colleagues and our leader adjacent to the Cape Breton Regional Hospital for the unveiling of our health care plan. Titled Hope for Health, our detailed plan developed with input from many in the sector, a plan that would result in a seismic shift in our health services, one that aims to reduce ER wait times, lower doctor shortages, reduce wait times for important surgeries and tests, to open up virtual doctor's appointments, not just for family doctors, but for specialists as well. Mr. Speaker, this plan is not an easy solution. It will be a lot of hard work and heavy lifting. It will require sitting down with the existing professionals, the doctors, the nurses, the specialists, and the like, and working with and listening to them to find a way, a path forward to achieve these lofty goals. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, doctors want to doctor, nurses want to nurse, and surgeons want a surgeon, working with the goal of helping those with whom the system is supposed to serve, the people. That is, after all, the end goal, is it not? Mr. Speaker, I remember back in the summer of 2018 when this government came to Sydney for a health care announcement, an announcement made without any supporting information other than they would be closing 2 hospitals in favor of new health centers and expansion of the 2 remaining hospitals. I can remember the government at the time, their slogan, "If we build it, they will come." My colleague from Kings North, got it right yesterday when he spoke of the great collaborative health clinics built in his constituency over the last few years. Built under the soundbite, "If we build it, they will come." Well, apparently they didn't come to Kings North, to Kentville, to the surrounding areas. What are we to think in the CBRM with the soundbite, "They are building it and they will come"? Mr. Speaker, health professionals are interested in quality of life, a competitive salary, good working conditions, and being respected. I fear our system doesn't just disrespect the people, but disrespects our professionals. Disrespects them by not listening to them, not valuing their input, their thoughts, their ideas. What is right, what is wrong, what needs to change, and perhaps, just perhaps, how things could be better as a result of this change. Instead, we have a government loaded with red tape, centralized decision-making, that is out of touch or uninterested in the local challenges or issues in the various community health networks. Mr. Speaker, healthcare has suffered greatly as a result of the consolidation of the local health authorities. Mr. Speaker, my community of Northside Westmount shares many things in common with most constituencies in our province. Concerns of access to COVID vaccines, education, doctors, healthcare, wait times. We have an older demographic, many of whom are not computer literate and struggle to get appointments for vaccinations. But unlike my colleague in Victoria the Lakes, at least my vaccination site is only 30 minutes away, not 3 hours. My office has and continues to help seniors make their appointments, to which they are most grateful, and we are only too happy to assist. But while my area's businesses and citizens have struggled over the past year, we have all worked to persevere, knowing the end was coming. Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago, the Department of Education committed to building a new middle school for the North Side. This would replace the former Thompson Middle School in North Sydney and the Sydney Mines Middle School in Sydney Mines. In June of 2016, Thompson closed its doors for the last time. Based on the current, and the students began being bused to Sydney Mines. Based on the current plans, the new school is expected to open for the 25-26 school year. That's 9 years after the initial announcement, 9 years after Thompson was closed, 9 years of students being bused. Mr. Speaker, even for this government, this seems a bit drawn out, especially given 5 years later, with 4 to go on their timeline. There's been no community consultation, there's been no design selected, and there's been no site selected. Mr. Speaker, the shortage of family doctors is a problem across this province in many communities, a situation that leaves the people not only without a doctor, but unable to get the necessary prescriptions refilled, get the necessary required tests that they must have. Last summer, and I spoke of this yesterday, a private care clinic was established on Northside General, staffed by 3 doctors rotating over 3 days a week. This program is delivering much-needed service to those who lack a family doctor. This past January, the health authority chose to reduce this clinic to 2 doctors or 2 days a week, extending these wait times for appointments. Mr. Speaker, given our current shortage of doctors, 60,000 patients without doctors, why would the health authority reduce a service that was making and is making a difference? And without question, reducing wait times and pressures on the emergency rooms. For the minister to say, we are actively recruiting, we are looking for new doctors, we are trying to bring new doctors in. This was an instance where there were doctors doing this, they just decided to remove one from the mix. Mr. Speaker, this speaks to Mr. Speaker, the minister speaks to doctor wait times being in part the result of people moving to our province. My question back is, how do we expect to be able to welcome and entice more people if we cannot guarantee them the most basic needs, a family doctor? This is not the age of mail and telegraph, Mr. Speaker. In our modern world of social media and the like, our best kept secrets of beaches, welcoming people, views, quality of life might be supplanted by, you can't get a family doctor. Mr. Speaker, this is a reply to budget. So in fairness, how can we reply without speaking to the numbers? And I'd like to touch on a few. In reviewing this year's budget and comparing it to last year's, I looked at their respective 4-year plans. Now, you might be expecting me to talk about the deficit for last year and going to a surplus in 4 years, but I'm not interested in that. What I did find interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that a narrative that in comparing the period from 2021 through 2024, last year's budget versus this year's, revenues will only be down $80 million over those 4 years. Expenses, however, are going to be increasing, and increasing substantially. There's an additional $1.2 billion in spending. This government is definitely moving away from its previous fiscal prudence of balanced budget first and foremost. It would certainly seem that there is change in the winds, and the only explanation is there's an election brewing. To this end, Mr. Speaker, the government has not been shy to shine a bright light on its spending of over $1 billion on long-term health, but that doesn't include any additional beds. I postulate, Mr. Speaker, that this increased spending in long-term care only serves to bring long-term care funding up to the bare minimum of where it needs to be, where it should have been these past years if it had not been ignored, and even if the cost cuts over the past 7 years had not been made. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it's not about more, most, largest, new. It's about the people, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just give me a moment in this new masks reality here. Sorry. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the beautiful, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. I'd also like to begin by thanking the public service, staff, workers on the front line who have toiled diligently for the year that we have been absent from this chamber, without a budget, without an opportunity to ask them questions or give them praise, as the case may be. We are truly appreciative and in your debt. Before I offer a reply to the budget presented yesterday, I want to take a moment to remind us, to remind myself, of the context for this conversation. Just over a year ago, we were here doing this very thing, debating a budget. This province has lived a full lifetime since then. COVID-19 and the loss of 66 Nova Scotian lives, including 53 members, residents at Northwood Long-Term Care Facility in Halifax. The murder of 22 Nova Scotians by a lone gunman in a beautiful, quiet pocket of our province. The loss of a small child on the banks of a river. Servicemen and women lost far from home. 6 lives cut short off the southwest coast of Nova Scotia when a fishing vessel sank. And these, Mr. Speaker, are only the public stories. It's almost been too much for us to bear. This past year has forced us to reckon with unspeakable tragedy and heartbreak. It has also, in many ways, brought out the very best in us. We have cared for our neighbors, our parents, our children, our neighbors' children. We have advocated for justice. We have stood up. We have taken a knee. We have witnessed each other's tears and frustration, even if sometimes over Zoom. We've also celebrated weddings, graduations, new jobs, new babies, new beginnings. It's been a lifetime of a year. For the most part, we've done well as a province. So far, we have been spared the worst of COVID, but please, no one write about that for the New York Times. That never goes well for us. We've done so well because we are so good at caring for each other. Nova Scotia exists atop a thick, informal network of support. Mr. Speaker, kindness is our superpower. We falter in many ways, but the heart of our province beats collectively. And so while I will outline first the things we appreciate, and in some, if not many cases, might even share credit for in this budget, I also want to say that we are disappointed that this kindness doesn't get the strong structural support system it needs. Mr. Speaker, the caring economy is the economy of the future. The jobs are clean, the return on investment is high, the workers are the ones who most need support, employment, and training. The work is real, tangible, and important, and it's right in our sweet spot, caring for each other. There is a nod towards this need. A $100 a month increase in ESIA is significant. It is needed. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, it shows that this government can decide to help alleviate poverty just as quickly as it can decide to give a multi-million-dollar tax cut. It doesn't take 3 years and a transformation project to intervene directly in the lives of people in ways that will make them better. The roadmap for transforming the Nova Scotia Services to Persons with Disabilities program, which was accepted by this government in 2013, is finally getting paid attention to in this budget, and we are pleased to see action on this file, however late it has come. We see in this budget an acknowledgement that we are in a housing crisis and the beginnings of a commitment to deal with it. That acknowledgement was not present a year ago. An acknowledgement that there is a need for immediate mental health care for people in crisis. Commitment to finally addressing the historic wrongs that have resulted in thousands of African Nova Scotians without clear title to their land their families have been living on for hundreds of years in some cases. And a commitment to addressing the climate crisis that has been, is, and will continue to be the defining existential challenge of our lifetimes, our children's lifetimes, our grandchildren's lifetimes, and beyond. But each of these gestures, Mr. Speaker, point to a deeper issue that needs a more significant response. A just recovery, building back better, requires centering the caring economy, which includes childcare, education, healthcare, and elder care. Not just letting it exist alongside hundreds of millions in roads and infrastructure spending. Again, Mr. Speaker, these are the jobs of the future. In a recent article in the Globe and Mail, economist Armin Yalnizyan, who really coined this term in the current usage, and I can table that article, points out that in a normal recession, governments are quick to do just what our government did following the original shutdown, which is to spend on shovel-ready infrastructure like roads and bridges. We did that, and we are doing that in this budget. But this recession, Mr. Speaker, is different. And this economist refers to this recession as the first she-session. In a normal recession, we would see that employment loss centered in those male-dominated industries that I just mentioned, but not this one, Mr. Speaker. This recession is different, and to address the erosion of women's gains in the labor market and the disproportionate impact of this recession on not only women, but on racialized people, poor people, and people living in very precarious circumstances, that spending, that recovery, that stimulus should be social infrastructure, because that is the infrastructure that has been hit the hardest, Mr. Speaker. Healthcare, childcare, elder care, and education, these collectively make up 12% of the GDP in Canada and 21% of jobs before the recession hit. And Mr. Speaker, those percentages will climb as we recover, as our population ages, and all of those sectors will grow out of necessity, whether or not we want them to. And, Mr. Speaker, as we see automation in other parts of the job market. The Premier has said publicly that he wants to measure the economy differently. This was reiterated in the budget speech. And yet, the omission of any additional investment in childcare causes us to question this commitment. Alternate economic measures, the Genuine Progress Index, the work being undertaken by Engage Nova Scotia, and many others across the province, throughout the country and around the world, function in part to reveal the true economic and social drivers of society that are missed with more conventional GDP measures. Think back to that thick informal network I spoke of earlier, the basis of how we do things in this province. That's what gets measured. This budget shows an improvement, Mr. Speaker, in figuring out what counts, but the math still isn't right. We entered the COVID-19 pandemic with more than 41,000 children in Nova Scotia living in poverty, the highest rate of child poverty in Atlantic Canada, and nothing in this budget, Mr. Speaker, addresses that stark fact. The 2020 report card on child and family poverty in Nova Scotia states that children in families that depend on welfare are poor by design. And I'll table that. While we're glad to see the increase in the SIA rates, families that rely on government support as their only source of income will continue to live dramatically below the poverty line. And single people and single parents with one child will continue to have the unfortunate status of having the lowest welfare incomes of any province in the country, notwithstanding the massive, honestly, increase in rates. It's not massive enough, Mr. Speaker. Between February 20th and February 2021, 2,000 women in Nova Scotia left the labour market. Between February 2020 and February 2021, the number of women working part-time due to family responsibilities doubled. Mr. Speaker, it seems we have found the source of the former Premier's organic childcare. It was women, Mr. Speaker. Women and families who made the difficult decision to leave or reduce their paid employment, often, I should say, while seriously impacting their own mental health, to take on the unpaid labor of childcare and homeschool and elder care and all of the other things that were required. The government's business plan acknowledges this. It states the pandemic highlighted difficulties faced by women in the workforce, especially around issues of childcare. However, the budget allocates no new resources to address these difficulties. Per dollar, I feel like this is the thing I'm going to say over and over again this session. Per dollar, the childcare sector creates more jobs than any other industry. It creates jobs. It is not a cost center, Mr. Speaker. It is an economic engine if we treat it that way. The introduction of pre-primary was welcome, but it destabilized an already precarious and essential sector. We were glad that government kept childcare centres whole during the pandemic, kept them open, but more is needed. Expansion in the early learning and childcare sector in Nova Scotia would provide more short-term economic stimulus than investing in almost any other major sector of the economy. It would help families, it would add to the GDP, it would increase consumer spending, and importantly, it would help vulnerable children. It would also create jobs. But this budget fails to make that investment, Mr. Speaker. It is the single largest gap in the hundreds of pieces of paper we received yesterday. We have seen that a beloved childcare centre in Dartmouth South, the childcare centre my own 3 children went to, announced this month that they would be closing their doors after over 25 years in operation. They attributed that directly to the crisis facing the early childhood sector. There is another daycare down the street in my constituency that is set to lose their lease this summer. And I fully expect from talking to providers that we will see more. While we wait, Mr. Speaker, other provinces have made investments to make childcare affordable while also supporting early childhood educators. British Columbia, 3 years into a plan to implement $10 a day childcare over 10 years. They went ahead without the federal government. Alberta established a pilot project to provide childcare spaces to families at $25 a day. As of January 1st of this year, all childcare spaces in Newfoundland and Labrador were $25 a day. By January 2022, all childcare spaces in Prince Edward Island will be $25 a day. But here in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, parents pay an average of $45 a day for childcare. In fact, parents pay the majority of the cost of childcare under the current funding model. Government funding makes up about 20%. Parents pay the rest. Meanwhile, ECEs, early childhood educators, despite a wage floor, continue to make less than a living wage for the most part and are unlikely to have benefits and often retire in poverty. Essential workers, Mr. Speaker, frontline heroes. The government would like us to believe that the solution to this problem is ongoing conversations with their federal counterparts about a national strategy for childcare. The same national strategy we were promised in 1993 when I was in high school, in 2004 after I graduated from university, and again in 2011. There is no acknowledgement in this budget of the additional costs incurred by families who had to find care for school-aged children so they could continue to work while schools were closed. We have a school closed in this province right now, Mr. Speaker. Parents are scrambling to make alternative care arrangements, and for those who don't have access to the organic child care that we've been promised, those arrangements are not free. Our caucus put forward a proposal of an immediate one-time payment of $200 per child, equal to about the cost of a week of child care. We were pleased to provide our costing for this proposal to the Premier's office at their request, and we are disappointed to see this gap. On housing, Mr. Speaker, this budget fails to demonstrate the urgency felt by the many Nova Scotians who are precariously housed. Think about that, Mr. Speaker. Precariously housed. They don't know if they'll have a roof over their heads. This is the situation for hundreds and hundreds of people who live in our beautiful, sparsely populated province. I mean, I know the government loves to talk about how our population is climbing, but we've all seen the endless aerial photos of our province covered in a canopy. And yet, people don't have a place to live. Lots of people don't have a place to live. We have more than 5,000 people on the waiting list for public housing and a plan that will create 150 new units in the future. We have 241 rent supplements this year in a market, at least here in HRM, with less than 1% vacancy, where the Premier has acknowledged that we have a supply problem, although maybe not quite acknowledged the supply and non-market and public housing problem. What good will these do? What is being done about supply, Mr. Speaker? Why are we not investing public money into public and non-market housing? We're in a housing bubble. We could be buying rental units, we could be converting them, we could be offering grants to co-ops and nonprofit housing providers. Real funding, Mr. Speaker. Funding like the federal money that flowed to municipalities that was tied to tight timelines. Already, these new units, not enough, but at least to start, are being built, not in 5 years or 10 years. They are going to have residents, I think, within 12 months. That's the kind of action we need. That's the kind of urgency that's required. Our shelters are full. There are people sleeping in sheds on public property throughout the Halifax Regional Municipality. There are people sleeping in cars across the province. There is no shortage of space, and yet there is a housing problem. It was caused in part by a gradual but significant reduction in public and non-market housing over the past couple of decades. And what increasingly looks like a bubble, we need massive reinvestment to avoid an even bleaker situation going forward. On long-term care, we've spent the last 3.5 years talking about long-term care, Mr. Speaker. I can't in good conscience reiterate the need, because I would be underestimating the intelligence of my colleagues who have heard this case put to them time and time and time again. And again, Mr. Speaker, our investments do not match the urgency of the need. We are glad to see that the recommendations of the report commissioned after the Northwood tragedy were accepted, but quite simply, it is not enough. And in the same way that I would submit that we are not properly caring for our children, we are disregarding our elders, Mr. Speaker. 230 new beds in the planning stages, as my colleague discussed earlier, are cold comfort to the hundreds of seniors in multi-occupancy rooms and alternate level of care beds in our hospital, the 1,000+ who are on the wait list for long-term care, and the thousands more sharing rooms and bathrooms across the province in direct contravention to what we now incontrovertibly know to be good public health advice. In terms of justice, Mr. Speaker, the budget address commits the province to consulting with the community on African Nova Scotian land claims in historic African Nova Scotian communities. And they also commit to consulting with the community on an African Nova Scotian justice plan and on issues of systemic racism in policing. And Mr. Speaker, quite honestly, I would submit we don't need that consultation if it's going to look like all the other consultation we've heard about in the past several years. African Nova Scotian communities have developed the solutions, and they have done that because they've had to, because you can consult 150 times and the result still seems to be nothing. Action is needed. The African Nova Scotian Justice Institute and policing strategy are ready to go. The African Nova Scotian Health Strategy is ready to go. We need concrete changes that address systemic racism in institutions. We need to measure the impact and the way that racism shows up. We have lots of bills that we have put forward in previous sessions and in this one that would do that, including just good data collection. I once spoke with one of the public health leaders in this province who said to me just after I was elected, data is the great myth buster. Talking about public health, that you need to be making decisions based on the facts. We'll take more data, and going back to all the consultations we've done in the past. We need policies that address the over-policing and over-incarceration of Black Nova Scotians. We need policies that tackle inequality. We need data that reflects those inequalities. We need alternatives to policing for addressing lacks of social supports in communities that so often ends up in criminalization and further harm. There are ways to address these issues, and many of them are already on the table in Nova Scotia thanks to long-standing efforts of Black organizations and advocates. We know that COVID-19 has also presented many challenges in Nova Scotia with regards to access to justice. We need to see investments that will help address the backlog in the courts and update court processes and systems to enable more to happen digitally, Mr. Speaker. These investments are not obvious in the budget. Maybe they're there, but I look forward to having an opportunity to discuss them with the minister. On the environment, Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the Premier's stated commitment to addressing climate change. It certainly resonated with Nova Scotians. With only about 10 years left to make serious reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, addressing climate change and protecting the environment is top of mind for many in our coastal provinces. And for those for whom it isn't top of mind, it will be once there isn't a choice anymore. We have 10 years left, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that this government's record is so poor on transparency and public involvement in key areas such as implementation of the Leahy report, developing new environmental goals legislation, protecting land, and involving public decisions with environmental impacts, involving the public in decisions with environmental impacts. Importantly, they have no plan to transform Nova Scotia's economy and create the thousands of new sustainable jobs that are needed to meet this critical planetary moment. This isn't an afterthought, Mr. Speaker, and I would submit it isn't just a budget line. We need to fundamentally change the way we do things to address the threats that are coming towards us that we have no control over. The government can actually control a lot of the things that we've been discussing here today. They can control investments in healthcare. We can control whether or not people have doctors. We can control the speed of our infrastructure projects and housing. We can no longer control what is happening with our climate, and therefore we must be prepared. This budget does not give us faith that we are prepared in the ways that we need to be. The investments in this budget do not represent the ambitious economic mobilization plan required to transition Nova Scotia to an equitable green economy. I was disappointed, and I hope my colleague from Dartmouth North will speak more to this in the future, that there was no acknowledgement in the budget address or the government business plan of the unprecedented challenge this year has presented for our arts and culture sector. During the height of the pandemic in Nova Scotia, when many were working from home or having very limited contact with other people, we looked to movies, music, virtual dance parties, crafts, books, the COVID kitchen party, to maintain some semblance of our pre-COVID-19 lives. And so often people offered their artistry for free in various venues. But even as we have increased our consumption of arts and culture, the artists, the people who create the works that we have relied on to get us through, have been hit particularly hard by this pandemic. Nothing in this budget helps these artists or this sector, the sector that is largely responsible, Mr. Speaker, for the ephemeral magic of this province, the thing that brings us closer and that draws people from around the world and allows the government to talk about the amazing tourist attraction that our province becomes. We're building a new art gallery, yes, but what will go in it? We have the Neptune Theatre, but who will perform there, Mr. Speaker? Without support and value of our artistic community, I submit that we will be in bigger trouble than we think we will going forward in this recovery. And last, just a moment on the $1 billion in appropriations that we got a little photocopied handout of yesterday after a year. We all agree that the unprecedented nature of this pandemic and the impact it has had on all of our lives required an urgent and robust response. We understand that it is within the government's power to make additional appropriations outside of the budget to address unforeseen expenses, but it's important to state that this government saw no need for transparency, accountability, or legislative debate on $1 billion in additional appropriations that were made last year. This government that has been so focused during my time in office in counting every penny, in standing up and patting itself on the back for balancing budgets, but $1 billion goes out the door without so much as a conversation among the elected members of this chamber. Mr. Speaker, I don't use this word lightly, but it is shameful. It is shameful. All other provinces across this country met during the pandemic, during this unprecedented crisis that we have been facing, to debate and discuss the extraordinary measures required in the face of the pandemic. They met as the legislative body that is empowered and that ought to be consulted, whether or not it's required by the letter of the law on these kind of expenditures. But they also met because each of these elected members, each of the elected members in this chamber, represents thousands of constituents who have opinions about the future of our province. That's why we have a democracy, so that we can be in this chamber together and that we can bring forward the needs and wishes and desires and challenges of our constituents. And we were denied the opportunity to do that, Mr. Speaker. The Nova Scotia Liberal government stood alone in suspending our democracy for a full year, and I submit that is a black spot on their record. We're told that Nova Scotia was thriving, and then the pandemic hit, and what we have before us now is a path that will take us back to balance, back to normal. Just a few years, we'll be back to normal. But we in the NDP caucus have a different way of looking at it, Mr. Speaker. Our GDP was doing well prior to COVID. Our credit rating was strong. But Mr. Speaker, people were suffering. We had and have the highest child poverty rate in the country. We still do. Many were struggling to get by. They still are. So things weren't great for everyone. And now we have an opportunity. We have the opportunity to build back better, to begin the road to a just recovery. And while there are certainly pieces of this budget that we have been pushing for and that we are glad to see, that we can celebrate, we are not where we need to be. The heart of our province beats collectively, and our superpower is kindness. In the end, the most powerful thing we have to offer each other, Mr. Speaker, is love. We're looking for a budget that reflects our values as a province, and the ways that we care for each other. This is a start, but in a place where we take pride in checking on our neighbors and taking care of our communities, too many are still left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The estimates are now referred to the Committee of the Whole on Supply unto Her Majesty. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North. Motion is carried. The House will now recess for 15 minutes while it resolves itself into the Committee of the Whole on Supply.
I'll actually just use.
Order, please. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Health and Wellness, Resolution E10?
Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $5,332,752,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Health and Wellness pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Health and Wellness to make some opening comments, if he wishes to, and to introduce his staff to the members of the committee, if that's applicable.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am pleased to introduce the estimates for the Department of Health and Wellness for the 2021-22 fiscal year. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the important work that's being done by the department. With me virtually today are two officials who will help us take a closer look at the department's budget. Joining me are Dr. Kevin Orrell, Deputy Minister of the Department of Health and Wellness, and Shelley Bonang, Chief Financial Officer for the department. Nova Scotians tell us each and every day that healthcare is their top priority and is also our government's. We've listened to Nova Scotians, and government has made significant investments in these key areas in budget 2021-22, keeping us safe during the pandemic, training and recruiting doctors and healthcare professionals, and expanding access points of primary care, helping Nova Scotians with their mental health, and supporting our senior population. To do this, the budget of health and wellness has increased this year by $510 million. That is representative of about 10% of the overall budget of the Department of Health. The department's budget is about 43% of government's total spending overall. In budget 21-22, the Department of Health and Wellness will spend its $5.3 billion budget in these proportions. 38.6% to the two health authorities for healthcare services, 19.1% towards the continuing care, 18.8% goes to compensate our doctors, 6.7% for pharmacare programs and other pharmaceutical services, 4.3% of our budget is for mental health and addictions, 3.1% for emergency health services, and the remaining 10% goes to various other costs such as amortization. COVID-19 we'd like to take some time obviously to talk about COVID-19 and the pandemic. It's really been very impactful to Nova Scotian families. Our lives have changed dramatically since a year ago as this disease swept around the world and into our province. And we should never forget about the 66 lives that were lost due to this pandemic. And of course, our sympathy and condolences and our hearts are with each and every one of the families that have been impacted. For those that perished and for those that were also impacted in acute and severe ways as well. Well, we've been fortunate to be among the safest places in the world throughout the pandemic. The impacts still weigh heavily on us. And it's a stark reminder to each of us what this virus can do if it's not properly managed. Many people thought that because our case numbers were low, that we were out of the woods. But the death of an 80-year-old woman earlier this month due to the pandemic shows that we can never let our guard down. We can't forget what is happening around us and how quickly our own situation could change if we do become complacent. The public health measures that we have in place are still important for Nova Scotians to follow, and that's physical distancing, masking, keeping your social circle small and within the public health limits, staying home when you're feeling ill, doing testing, and washing your hands and following proper hygiene. These sorts of initiatives have kept us safe and will continue to keep us safe as we roll out our vaccine and as we work towards getting to defeating this pandemic. And by this time next year, government will have spent about $1 billion in resources to support and fight the COVID-19 virus. This year, the department will spend $275 million directly on COVID-19 measures. Government's costs include spending on personal protective equipment to keep our healthcare providers and citizens safe, to make changes at long-term care homes, to strengthen their infection prevention and control, and to help businesses and the economy, and to launch our pandemic vaccination program. Government is committed to ensuring that every Nova Scotian who wants a COVID-19 vaccination has an opportunity to receive it. Our target is to have everyone who wishes to get this vaccine, and we do expect a high turnout, to get their first dose by the end of June. That is contingent on the supply chain of the vaccine not being disrupted. So everything is contingent on that supply. But if supply stays up and continues to increase as we've seen, then we will be able to get shots in arms by June. And we're expecting to receive 1 million doses between April and June 30th. Once initial vaccinations are completed, vaccination with the second dose will continue into the fall. I want to thank the hundreds of volunteers who are helping in the vaccination effort, and those that are helping with our rapid testing sites and the staff that are working on our clinical testing sites. I also want to thank the hundreds of nurses and doctors who came out of retirement to help us roll out this program. Our goal is to have 75% of Nova Scotians fully vaccinated, because that will allow us to reach herd immunity. We will reach this goal mainly by vaccinating people from oldest to youngest, because age is the biggest risk factor. And we started with Nova Scotians in their 80s, and we'll continue to, and above, and we'll continue to vaccinate people by decreasing age until we have completed. This budget sets aside $24.2 million for the vaccination effort. Public health, led by Dr. Strang, has worked very hard during the pandemic to keep us all safe, to give good advice and recommendations to government, and to do the same for the public. And I want to thank all the staff at Public Health and the department and the health authorities for their amazing work during the pandemic. Recently visited a vaccination site at the IWK, which was running so very smoothly, and it was really exciting to see people excited about getting their vaccines. And of course, these efforts are ramping up each and every day exponentially. It's been a 24/7 operation, and Public Health has really demonstrated a high level of competence and commitment to seeing the province through this and working with government to do so. And year-round, I do want to thank Public Health as well, because they do keep us safe and healthy through disease surveillance, illness prevention, and many other efforts that they have in place. The funding for the Public Health Office at the department will increase this year, I'm happy to announce. We are adding $5.7 million to Public Health. Over the next 4 years, this investment will increase to $14 million annually. This investment will be used for new positions, communicable, there we go, thank you, disease prevention and control, healthy communities, and population health surveillance. As I noted earlier, the biggest risk factor related to COVID-19 is age. We continue to mourn the 57 people who died in our long-term care homes during the pandemic, and they will not be forgotten. We initiated reviews of what happened at Northwood in infection prevention and control for the long-term care sector, and the majority of the recommendations for the reviews are currently in place and help protect our long-term care sector during the second wave of the pandemic. The department has worked hard in protecting the long-term care sector's most vulnerable, and we will continue to work hard in 21-22. We have learned a lot from the pandemic. We recognize the quality and availability of long-term care needs to improve, and that is exactly what we will do. For the first time, government will spend more than $1 billion for continuing care in our province. That is a very large investment milestone for the province. Continuing care encompasses long-term care, such as nursing homes and home care. Home care offers home and community support, such as nursing services, personal care, light housekeeping, respite and palliative care services at home. And the services provided by continuing care are vital to the daily lives of tens of thousands of Nova Scotians. The government is making a multi-year commitment to infrastructure renewal and improving services in our long-term care homes. Building on recommendations from the minister's expert panel on long-term care and with input from the long-term care and home care sectors, the department is leading the development of a 5-year blueprint to transform the system to better meet the needs of these Nova Scotians. The blueprint will address barriers related to choice and flexibility, infrastructure, workforce development, and sustainability. It will further focus on family-centered care and service excellence. This year, we will provide an additional $22.6 million to further implement the recommendations of the expert panel. This funding will include long-term care assistance, expanding access to allied health providers, and implementing primary care coverage in nursing homes. We know staff recruiting has been a challenge for the sector, and this year we will also provide the Continuing Care Assistant Bursary Program for a third year to allow more opportunities for successful applicants to receive a bursary of $4,000 for full-time students and $2,000 for part-time students. We have 8,000 people living in the publicly funded long-term care sector. Each one of those is a mother, a father, a brother, a sister, grandmother, grandfather, and throughout their lives, they have built this province and really deserve the best that we have to offer them. And that's why we're building 400 new beds and replacing more than 700 in the system. So they have modern, well-equipped facilities, which are better protected against the spread of infectious disease and where they can live quality lives. New long-term care facilities are currently being built in Mahone Bay, Metagan, and Eskazoni, as well as in New Waterford and North Sydney as part of the CBRM redevelopment plan. Northwood will build a new facility with 100 beds, and facilities in Musquodoboit Harbour, Chester, Bridgetown, Berwick, Sydney, and Cheticamp have been identified for major renovation replacement as well. The pandemic was tough on the mental health of Nova Scotians, and we know that through the data. The province was also during that time shaken by the terrible mass shooting at Portapique. And all these factors together obviously contributed to some challenges for many people in our province. And we did see a 30% increase in calls to our mental health crisis line, which is available 24/7 over the last year. Government expanded mental health resources to give Nova Scotians the critical mental health care that they need. And these resources were delivered in person, via phone, or text, or online. We met people's needs in a method that was best for them. Mental health continues to be a priority for the government, and we are entering a new phase of mental health services in Nova Scotia. Government is investing over $330 million in mental health in this budget, an increase of $20 million. This is a 5.2% increase, and it's the largest budget for mental health that we've had in our province's history. The new Office of Mental Health and Addictions will report directly to the minister, and the office will be led by a chief mental health and addictions officer who will provide leadership and coordination of activities across agencies, departments, and partners to improve mental health outcomes for Nova Scotians. Its 15-member staff will provide focus to the critical work needed to expand access to mental health services and programs and communities in every part of the province. Budget 21-22 provides funding for some of the new innovative services the office will provide, including single-session therapy, addictions management hubs, implementing a new model of care for sexual assault trauma therapy, and patient-focused e-mental health services will be expanded as well. It will also work on enhanced access to treatment and harm reduction services for people with addictions. I'll give you an overview of the two new programs that we are funding. Single session therapy is a new, easily accessible service that will be launched this year. It focuses on addressing an immediate issue the same day with trained staff and without referral. Addictions withdrawal management hubs are service delivery hubs that will provide a number of services, including an in-person assessment of withdrawal management needs, outpatient withdrawal management, recovery skills supports, brief intervention and harm reduction support, and support for family involvement and care. And there will be hubs in every single healthcare zone in the province. With these programs, the new Office of Mental Health and Addictions and our commitment to improving the mental health of Nova Scotians, this is an innovative and exciting time in this critical area. And we know that Nova Scotians are looking for more supports. Government is continuing the modernization of our health system in the province as well. This year's budget includes funding in the capital plan for the QE2 New Generation and CBRM healthcare development projects. The QE2 New Generation project is the largest healthcare infrastructure project ever developed in Nova Scotia. It's a multi-year project designed to help ensure the healthcare needs of Nova Scotians are met for the next 50 years plus. The project is progressing very well. If you have visited Dartmouth General Hospital, you can see the impact of the project. The hospital is larger now with new operating rooms and 48 beds, which are all new, and a new entrance area. The CBRM healthcare redevelopment is transforming healthcare in industrial Cape Breton. The regional hospital is undergoing expansion and renovations, and the regional will have a new emergency department, critical care unit, and a cancer center. Glace Bay Hospital is being improved with renovations at the emergency department and the surgical suite. New Waterford and the north side of Sydney are getting new health centers with New Waterford's project, an innovative hub that includes a high school, a nursing home, and the health center. And the Northside project will also get a new nursing hub. The capital plan invests close to $180 million this year on the redevelopment project. There are other modernization projects across the province, including Pugwash, Amherst, Yarmouth. We're looking at expanding the ER there, Bridgewater, and Halifax. And this is in addition to the dialysis expansion program with new renovated seats in Halifax, Dartmouth, Kentville, Glace Bay, Digby, Amherst, and Sydney. There are currently 163 dialysis stations in Nova Scotia, serving more than 870 patients, with more coming. The dialysis program is also expanding home dialysis, so Nova Scotians who need this life-saving service can do so in the comfort of their own home. To ensure the best healthcare staff are able to work in new and exciting facilities, we are expanding training for doctors and nurses. We're also making investments in training more doctors by providing over $12 million to the Housey University Medical School for a number of initiatives. And they include continued funding for 16 seats at the medical school that were added last year, increased funding for the next cohort of 10 family medicine residents, and increased funding for the third cohort of 15 specialty residency placements. We're also recruiting and retaining doctors with an attractive compensation package. Family physicians, emergency medicine doctors, and anesthetists will become the highest paid in Atlantic Canada. Over the life of the new master agreement, doctors will receive over $135 million more in compensation here in the province of Nova Scotia. Government has attached more than 180,000 Nova Scotians to a primary care provider since the Need of Family Practice Registry was established. The numbers on registry have declined each year until the past year when the pandemic impacted our province in a number of ways. It did disrupt our system. It did disrupt our international doctor recruitment as a result of closed borders, and made it challenging to go out and recruit new physicians. But that work has not stopped, and we continue hard to recruit new doctors. The number has also gone up this year. We know now because of surveys conducted with those on the patient waiting list who are waiting for a family doctor. 30% of the 60,000 that are there now are either new to the province or new to the community that they're living in. So we have had an increase in population here. That was one unforeseen beneficial outcome of the pandemic. and a result of how well Nova Scotians did and how well the pandemic was managed here. So, there's some good elements to the story as well, because we do have new people here in the province, and we will continue to attach them to family physicians. Our province's health workforce of about 45,000 employees, nurses and doctors are well trained and dedicated and caring. And nurses make up the highest proportion of the workforce at about 15,000 staff. We are ensuring a steady supply of nurses by continuing the funding for 70 nursing seats in Cape Breton and at Dalhousie. And some of those are at the Yarmouth campus. To help Nova Scotians get better access to primary health care, we are looking at further ways to ensure pharmacists, paramedics, and other professions work to the full scope of their practice. We've expanded the scope of practice for pharmacists, and they're able to prescribe birth control and medication for urinary tract infections and shingles, and also renew prescriptions for 180 days. And that program so far has been a success. We're also looking at expanding the scope of practice we have expanded the scope of practice for nurse practitioners, and we're currently running a pilot to expand the scope of practice for RNs as well. These are just some of the initiatives this government is undertaking to ensure we have a modern, well-equipped healthcare system with the best staff possible. In conclusion, the government is focused on healthcare priorities that are important to Nova Scotians and every single community in the province. And this budget continues government's investments in the key areas of continuing care, mental health, doctor, patient attachment, and modernization of our system. I've only touched on some of the initiatives that are happening in this department, and I do want to thank the thousands of healthcare workers in the province who really demonstrated their courage and their commitment to the people of the province each and every year, but particularly over this last year, which was a very scary year for everybody. And our healthcare providers were still out there on the front lines, servicing Nova Scotians and making sure people were taken care of. And I want to thank them all for doing such an amazing job. And I do want to thank the staff at the Health Authority and the leadership there, and also the leadership and the staff here in the department. I've only been here for a few weeks now, and my impression is that there is a group of capable, strong leaders who are working tirelessly each and every day to make sure that the pandemic continues to be managed, as well as all these other priority areas that Nova Scotians expect us to have action on. So I do want to thank the staff and here at the department and the Health Authority for the incredible job that they do. And with that, Madam Chair, I will hand the floor over to you.
Thank you, Minister. Just before we begin the questioning, I just want to outline a couple of things. Because we are in this new online format and that we are trying to sync up with the subcommittee, we will be taking strict breaks at every hour. So at the 3-hour mark, we will take a break. If someone is in the middle of answering a question, then I'll try to interrupt before they begin to, I'm going to try to ride that time a little bit, just so that you know. Also, I ask, especially Minister, for you, when you're ready to answer a question, just give me a little wave and then I'll recognize you so that you can have time to consult with people. And for the folks in the opposition who are asking questions, if you are giving your time to someone else and there's like more than one person asking questions in the hour, then I just ask the next person to give me a little wave too. You can use your printed out hand or you can use your real hand, but please don't use your Zoom hand. All right. Is that great? Good. Okay. So now I recognize the member from Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just before I begin too, I just want to mention to the Minister of Health that I find when he speaks, when he sits up closer, I can hear, but then when he sits back, I can't. So I don't know. I know he has to be comfortable too, but I just noticed it was kind of going in and out, but I'm sure we'll get through it with no problem. So I do want to thank the minister for his words and comments, and as well as his colleagues for joining us today, Kevin Orrell and Shelley Bonang. And I also want to take a few moments to recognize all the frontline workers out there, all allied healthcare professionals. It's been a very challenging year, and together we're getting through it. And there's a lot of good stories, but there's a lot of sad stories as well. And we often say no one comes through our doors unless it's something bad. And I hope through estimates that we'll be able to get answers to fill in some of the gaps where we as MLAs and oppositions specifically deal with day to day. So I'm going to start right off, Madam Chair, with a question to the minister with regards to doctor recruitment and retainment. And I think it's always good to have a refresher on because it's a forever changing as well. So I'm just wondering if the minister can provide basically what are the new efforts that are being conducted and implemented in retaining doctors, and then as a follow-up with that, not just basically recruiting, but yes, making sure that we retain them and that they hang their hat here and start their families here.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to thank the member for the question. So there is a whole host of recruitment and retention tools that we do have in place. So I will itemize those for the member. Of course, as I mentioned in my opening comments and at various points in QP, we have brought in essentially a 20% remuneration increase for family physicians, for emergency doctors, and for specialists like anesthetists, which now make Nova Scotia the jurisdiction that has the most competitive compensation package in all of Atlantic Canada. The member would know we have invested heavily in training more doctors here in Nova Scotia. We've expanded the family medicine seats as well as the specialty seats at Dalhousie. So there are 15 new seats this year. at Dalhousie for specialties. We have a very robust bursary and debt repayment program for those doctors that choose to stay and practice in high need areas. There is, the amounts are pretty significant. For the family medicine bursary, that can be up to $60,000. And the IMG residency program has funding attached to that as well. Of course, we've also made it easier for internationally trained physicians to come to Nova Scotia. We've reduced the red tape barriers that was preventing some folks from coming in. We've established a new physician immigration stream, whereby, and this is something that the member and I spoke about in the House as well already, whereby the department staff work directly with family physicians to help them through the federal immigration process in an expedited fashion. And that has been very helpful. We've had over 80 doctors, or close to, I believe, close to 90 doctors that have come through that program. And the efforts are still ongoing at the community level as well. There's been grants provided through Communities, Culture, and Heritage to support local community efforts to recruit, retain family physicians and specialists, which, I think has had a lot of success bringing members of the community together. Municipalities have often partnered in funding for this as well. In my community, the Chamber of Commerce has also been involved with the recruitment efforts to really have that localized focus on doctor recruitment and retention, which I think is very, very valuable, because we all know how important a welcoming environment is in our communities, particularly for our international practitioners who come here without the social network and their family, their extended family, and support as well. We've developed a really great relationship with Doctors Nova Scotia that I think is going to prove to be very useful in the coming months as well, to look at additional steps that we can take. But of course, patient attachment and access to primary care is beyond just recruiting physicians. Although that is obviously a key factor. So we'll be working with Doctors Nova Scotia to find ways to attach more patients to the doctors that are currently here in the system, because that's a really important component of what we need to do as well to meet the demand. And also, we have expanded other access points to primary care, so that those Nova Scotians without a family doctor can receive primary care services by nurse practitioners, by certain services by nurse practitioners, by pharmacists, and we're looking at expanding a scope of practice for other healthcare professionals as well.
Just before we continue, we've had a change of plans. So instead, after the member asks the question, I will automatically recognize the minister, and then the minister can just turn his mic on or go off mute when you're ready to answer. So I recognize the member from Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank the minister for his remarks there. I didn't hear anything actually in particularly new compared to what doctor recruiters for Nova Scotia have been doing in the past decade or so, really. But what I would like to discuss or find out is whether or not the doctor recruiters for Nova Scotia have been involved or have taken any advantage of any virtual conferences to recruit doctors. Just a quick, simple yes or no is fine. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. The answer would be yes.
I recognize the member from Pictou West.
That's great to hear. Can the minister please tell me when those took place and what the results of those conferences were?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, they've been doing ongoing efforts and engage in virtual recruitment throughout the year. We can check with the NSHA to see if they have the list or the schedule of those activities.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That would be most helpful. I think it's really crucial that we identify in this modern world how many doctors or any allied healthcare professionals were able to recruit through virtual means. Making any plans for the future, I think, is crucial in determining how we gauge how many people we did retain basically through those virtual meetings. You mentioned earlier, Minister, that your relationship is growing with Doctors Nova Scotia, and I have been privileged as well a number of times to meet with them and certainly praise them for the work that they're doing and their positive outlook. But there is some very concerning matters that they brought up. And one is that they often spoke and said it's more serious than what most of us would think, but discrimination and racism for many of our international doctors that are coming here is one of the reasons why they exit. And so I'm wondering if you could elaborate on that. I'm sure you're well aware. And what is your plan as minister to stop this so that we will retain and be a welcoming province, which I think we are. But why is this happening? And what's your plans to combat it? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously that's those are terrible stories to hear, and you do get pockets of this sort of sentiment within Nova Scotia still to this day, which is extremely unfortunate. This, of course, is a priority for us as a government, and I'm very proud that our Premier has established the new Ministry of Equity and Anti-Racism. So we have established a new partnership with that new department, and we'll be working with them. But of course, there has been work that's been ongoing in this regard to date. We do obviously get feedback from physicians that experience this and work with our recruiters locally to help develop strategies to manage situations like this. It's also important that the community support aspect of the strategy is really key to helping deal with these sorts of problems as well, because you bring the community together, you establish a social network of support for these docs. I know these community organizations are connecting, soccer families with other soccer families, connecting doctors and their children with folks that share interests, whether it's sports or arts, music or whatever. So I think the community focus and support of our community initiatives is a big part of this as well. But we all have a role to play to push back against racism when we hear it. Some people don't realize that they're being racist in the way that they speak or in the way that they talk or the way that they're interpreting things. And of course, our education system is our best weapon against that, to teach our children about inclusiveness and the responsibility that they have as people to each other. So we put a lot of work in that. And I know when I was at the Department of Education, that was a big focus. Because this is a broad societal issue. It's not just, it doesn't just affect doctor recruitment, it affects other parts of our society as well. So I think the new Department of Equity and Anti-Racism will, further assist, us and all departments to develop effective strategies to combat this. And one thing I have been impressed with is that I don't have any data on this, but it seems that there is less of it with every younger generation that is getting used to seeing more diversity, on TV, more diversity in the legislature, and I have a lot of hope in our future generations that they will continue us on the path of hopefully eliminating these sorts of antiquated and tragic sentiments that do still exist.
I recognize the member from Pictou West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the Minister for his comments. I do as well agree that it's more of a broad societal issue. However, we need to come up with a plan that for doctors that are coming, international doctors that are coming here, and to ensure that they have a sense of belonging and purpose. And one of the things that I've always spoken about is making mandatory exit interviews. And it's a two-pronged reason, really, because it's not just to hear perhaps, the challenges and difficulties of what they experienced and why they're exiting, but as well as to hear the good things and the suggestions and the comments. And I'm wondering if you have any intentions, or the department has any intentions, to make mandatory exit interviews, which would be benefit to really the department and moving forward in fixing the mistakes that we're recognizing and witnessing now.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
The department shares the goal of having mandatory exit interviews as well. Can the member hear me okay?
I can now, yep.
Okay. We do share your view that those should be mandatory, so we are working with the health authority to achieve that.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I am extremely pleased to hear that. It's easy for me to say. I wish it had happened a number of years ago, but I'm really happy to see that that will be mandatory, because I think, again, it will be beneficial to everyone. Is there, just wondering, sort of a total of what percentage of the budget is spent on our recruiters, doctor recruiters, as well as like wages and everything that they spend on marketing and advertising to get doctors here? Wondering what that budget is approximately.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that wouldn't be reflected in the Department of Health's budget. That would be in the health authority's budget, but we will try to track that down through the health authority for the member.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I look forward to that information because we want to definitely ensure that we're for lack of better words, getting a bang for our buck and making sure that they're fulfilling their roles. I know that it is hard. I know it's across Canada. It's hard to recruit, but there are provinces that are doing much better than us in recruiting. And I know that the new pay model for our doctors has changed a bit. I'm wondering if the minister, though, can confirm, are we currently still the highest paying province for doctors in Atlantic Canada?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
In most professions. So for, particularly for anesthesia, family medicine, ER docs.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. What about our specialists?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yes, for some specialists.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Is there one particular profession specialist that is lacking that is causing concern due to not making nearly the income that another province is? I know recently, or a year ago, I recall losing a radiologist from Nova Scotia, I think from the Valley area, to be honest, that was, doing fairly well. I think making $350, and went to Vancouver to make 900 and some. But just curious if you know of any particular profession or specialist that's lagging behind.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
There's not where we're experiencing any lack of supply. So one of the key areas, and I mean, this is one of the most competitive fields to get people from, is anesthesia. So, that's why it was really critical, particularly to bring that group up. We're Nova Scotia with a population of just under a million. We are not going to compete with BC's, the Albertas, the Ontarios, who have larger populations, obviously, and of course a stronger tax base. So we really do have to measure ourselves from the compensation point with our peer group, and those would be primarily in Atlantic Canada and the prairies. And we now have the highest compensation in some key fields where we really wanted to focus our recruitment and retention on, anesthesia, our emergency department docs, and our family physicians. And I mean, we do have the highest amount of doctors per capita in the country, which is something that we all should be very proud of. There are, of course, factors that contribute to that, like having the IWK, which does serve the region. But we don't have a shortage of doctors here, and we have done pretty well with recruitment and retention and keeping our stock up. And as I said, until this year, the trend was going in the right direction, having less and less patients that were unattached. But for some understandable factors, having 18 internationally trained doctors that are currently waiting to get into the province because of COVID is an issue that we're experiencing this year. And of course, the good news is that we have more people coming to the province. So I think, compensation is one thing. We do have the most in key fields. We do have the most competitive remuneration. But even in competing against BC and Ontario and Alberta, we do have a lot to offer in terms of cost of living here. And so, I mean, compensation is obviously really important, but we still have other ways to compete with those other larger provinces. And I think being identified as one of the safest places to be in the world during the pandemic is it's a good part of our story.
I recognize the member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the minister's comments. Don't necessarily agree with much of it, but I guess one of my questions coming out of those comments would be, there's no doubt that when the minister offers these ratios that we have more doctors, per capita, that's fine. But we also have, a population in Nova Scotia, just a little under 1 million, I guess, but an elderly population, and perhaps maybe not one of the healthiest populations. And look, at the end of the day, we're all responsible for ourselves and looking after ourselves. But we do expect our tax dollars to go towards a top-notch healthcare system. I mean, if you don't have your health, you've got nothing. And I'm sorry to disagree, but there is a huge lack of doctors. We have over 60,000 people that we just know of that's waiting for a doctor. And then I'm sure we could add at least another 30, 40,000 to that have not signed up. But one of the numbers that I keep hearing, the minister and the department put out, is that we've attached 180,000 to doctors, and there's some conflicting, beliefs in that. And I hope that maybe we can get the truth today around that. Out of that 180,000 individuals that have been attached to a doctor that we hear, is the minister, and the department considering nurse practitioners as doctors? Or is that truly 180 individuals attached to doctors? I'm just trying to get those numbers clarified.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
I thank the member for the question. So, we will be updating that list as well. So we'll see if there are any changes and if we do get back in the right trend in terms of patient attachment. So, doctor recruitment is one thing, and we have done very well with doctor recruitment. I believe there's been 550. Someone in the room will correct me if I'm wrong here, in the last 4 years. Alone, but we also need to attach patients to those doctors as well. So, practice is changing a bit with newer generation of doctors for good reason, to ensure high quality care with patients. But we do need to increase the attachment as well to the current doctors that are in the system. So we have tried ways to incentivize docs to take on more patients. As well, and this is something that we'll be working with Doctors Nova Scotia on too. And I think they're really excited to look at some potential options there with the department to increase attachment to doctors that are currently in the system. In terms of the patients that are attached, the member is correct. Some of those would include nurse practitioners. The vast majority of them are with a family physician, though, so a smaller number would be attached to a nurse practitioner as their primary care provider, but the majority of that would be to a family doctor.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So just trying to figure out the numbers here. They just don't seem to add up. Certainly, I wasn't the best in math, but certainly got by. So I'm trying to figure out, so right now we have over 60,000 that are on the list. And so if I'm on the list currently right now, I could expect to get a call, even though I'm calling in and thinking that I'm registering for a doctor. It is quite possible that I could get a call and be told that I don't have a doctor, but I have a nurse practitioner. So I'm wondering where can the public actually see the breakdown of how many people on that list are actually being attached to a doctor and how many are actually being attached to a nurse practitioner?
I recognize.
I'd like to. Oh,
pardon me, sorry.
No, sorry. And I just want to clarify here, both are obviously very worthy and needed, and I admire both of professions, that's for sure. But I think that there's a false pretense when people are calling that number and they think they're signing up for a doctor, and then they find out that they've been attached to a nurse practitioner. And actually that happened to me, and I have an amazing nurse practitioner. But I think there's a little bit of false pretense there that people are not being attached to a doctor. So just wondering if you can provide me the difference, the numbers on those attachments.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much. So yeah, we can track down the specifics on the number of patients that are attached to a nurse practitioner, but this is exciting. This is important. And I've heard Nova Scotians asking for access to nurse practitioners since I was first elected in 2010. These are highly capable primary care practitioners that are allowing us to serve the primary care needs of more Nova Scotians. So this is something to celebrate. It is a choice. So patients are offered the choice to receive the care of a nurse practitioner, but they can, as well as in your case, they could be, the patient could say no and wait on the list for a family physician to open up. So this is a choice that's being offered to Nova Scotians. I think it's the fact that people are taking us up on it shows that the public has confidence in our nurse practitioners. I know we have confidence in our nurse practitioners and their capabilities. So yeah, this is part of the overall plan to create more primary care access points to people, recognizing that, practice is changing a bit for docs, that it is competitive to recruit doctors, family doctors globally right now, and expanding the scope of practice for other professionals like nurse practitioners, pharmacists, RNs, and looking even at expanding the scope of practice for paramedics. These are good things because it's expanding options and access points for people for their primary care.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou West with 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for that. Just quickly, I totally agree. Nurse practitioners are fabulous, and they are so needed. And again, I'm so happy to have mine. But with that, and acknowledging the great work they do, why is it that currently, right now, on your government website, you're only looking for recruiting 3? I mean, really, we're only in need of 3 nurse practitioners right now in Nova Scotia. I think there's a lot of places that would love to have a nurse practitioner. So if the Minister could answer that for me, please.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the member's referring to, I think, the positions that are open with the health authority, and so they're filling their complements. So perhaps there's only 3 that they need to fill their complement. But I will tell the member that in the last number of years since we've been in government, there's been 238 nurse practitioners, or over 230 nurse practitioners hired into the province. And since 2011, that would represent close to a 90% increase in nurse practitioners in the province. So we have hired nurse practitioners every single year, and we've expanded their scope of practice. And the contingent of nurse practitioners has increased close to 90%, which I think is really exciting and is helping us create better primary care options for people. And we've got a really good strategy for recruitment of these folks as well. and that includes the nurse practitioner education incentive, which was announced in 2018. And this was to increase the provincial supply of nurse practitioners, particularly in areas of the greatest need of primary care. The incentive covers the salaries of RNs while they attend the Dalhousie nurse practitioner program on a full-time basis. And in return, the recipients will commit to work in a designated geographical area for up to 5 years. The other discrepancy that we haven't talked about in terms of patient attachment is that there are geographical discrepancies in the province. So we do have the most doctors per capita. The majority of them are obviously in Metro. So where we're having patient attachment issues are primarily in rural and remote areas. So that is also a challenge, finding practitioners that are willing to move to these locations and work there. And definitely, that's why we want to train more people from Nova Scotia as well, from these communities who are willing to go back. I know Clare in particular has had a great community program where I think even the municipalities are supporting folks that want to go do family medicine that come back in the community. So community strategies really do matter here as well. The other thing I've heard from family docs is employment for spouses can be a challenge, where it might be a household of 2 professionals, doctors, engineers, and the employment for the spouse can be a barrier in some areas of the province as well. So there's some natural challenges there to getting to these more difficult areas, which is why I think the nurse practitioner program is particularly important for rural Nova Scotia and access to primary care.
Order. We will now take our scheduled 15-minute break, and we will return at 1:54. Thank you.
That's wrong. Okay, order please. I'm going to pass the floor back over to the member for Pictou West to continue with questioning with 22 minutes remaining in her time. So over to you, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think we were just following up with nurse practitioners, and the minister was commenting how beneficial they would be in rural areas, and I couldn't agree more. So what incentives is the minister's department doing to ensure that an allied healthcare professional, such as a nurse practitioner, would want to go to a rural area?
So
the Honourable Minister of Health. Sorry, first round, we'll get used to it, folks.
So the bursary program is tied to practicing in a high need area. So that is one incentive for sure that we have in place. I also do have the numbers if the member is interested on the health authorities recruitment budget. If the member would like me to go through those. So there is over $2 million, almost $2.2 million in the health authorities recruitment budget. 1.6 of that is related to staffing. 1.12 is related to recruitment activities, such as site visits, relocation support for physicians, with the allowance that they get for that, and recruitment events.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Moving along here, I'm just going to sidetrack for a moment because I want to ask a question with regards to long-term care facilities, and specifically, I'd like to go to one that was there was a proposal about 8 years ago or so from the long-term care facility in Shetty Camp, and constituency that my colleague from Inverness represents. And I know he's been in the legislature a lot longer than me, advocating for necessary renovations that need to happen there. In fact, I believe they were probably shovel ready at least 4 years ago. I do understand that it appears anyway that they are on your list of your investment of $8.5 million that you plan to spend on nursing homes that would take you up to 24-25, the year 24-25. So I would like, though, confirmation of this funding approval for that specific long-term care facility. And if it, in fact, completes all the relations that they listed basically in their original proposal. So just confirmation, and if it's the proposal that they put forward probably about 8 years ago.
Pardon me? I'm just trying to get a signal if he was ready to go yet. Okay, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that facility, Foyer Père Ficette, is scheduled on our current list for major renovations. They're essentially going to get for the older part of the facility a brand new space.
The honourable member from Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If the minister could just elaborate a little bit more, a new space, are we looking at right now rooms where there's double individuals, that they will have their own individual rooms with washrooms? I know that my colleague was advocating for that. We just want clarity. I mean, this is big news. They've been waiting for over 8 years to receive this news, and further details definitely are justified, considering that, like I said, they've been waiting 8 years, they've been shovel ready for 4. So just trying to figure out what the details actually contain, if it's a whole new building, or are we just modifying rooms to make individual rooms? What exactly would that entail?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
So we are in the design phase right now. So the strategic infrastructure branch of the department is actually in consultation with the community in terms of what the design is going to look like. But essentially the older part of foyer Pierre Facette is going to be completely replaced. So since 2016 or since 2007, any new facilities haven't had have not had have had single bathrooms available for people and single occupancy. So we're in the design phase right now, and obviously as more information comes out on what the design is going to look like, the community will be informed. But I am told that the community is feeling positive about the progress that's been made this far.
The honourable member from Pictou West.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for those comments. I hope it does clarify a bit, and certainly congratulations to that community and the hard work of the MLA there for advocating for this investment. Just going back, I'd like to go back to doctor recruitment and retainment. I know that in 2012, there was Shaping Our Physician Workforce 2012, and it was stated at the time that over 900 doctors, 31% current doctors were expected to retire in 2021. So this is very relevant to right now. So I'm curious if this is still the case or what those new percentages are.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I'm being told that that information is housed with Doctors Nova Scotia, so we can check with them to see if there's any updated figures. But the deputy has informed me that a number of physicians that were planning on retiring have actually stuck around during the pandemic for a number of reasons, to either keep their practice going or to mentor new doctors or to provide additional services to the community. So I do want to thank those docs that have stuck through this, who were planning on retiring and providing the additional support to their communities that they have. So we'll see if I know that some of the staff that track this info, I believe, have been redeployed for COVID-related initiatives. So we're going to track down and see if we have any absolute updated numbers on that. So we'll get back to the member.
The honourable member from Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the minister for that. That would be most helpful if we could get that information. Looking at how much money has been going into the transition into practice / transition out of practice model, I think better known as TIP-TOP, just wondering, what has the results been with this since COVID?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
So the deputy has informed me that there are transition plans in place for those physicians and surgical specialists that are transitioning out. So they will oftentimes make room in their schedule for the replacements to come in and provide that transition with them. And we'll transfer a percentage basis the patients over to those new folks.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess from that response, I'm going to assume that because of COVID, there hasn't been much has not changed, that it's still been smooth transitions. I just want to confirm, has there been any difficulties because of COVID, or has these transitions been running as smoothly as ever?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
The deputy has informed me that the one impact to this process has been tracking, because folks that were dealing with the tracking have been redeployed for COVID-related activities. So I'm learning today this seems to be one of the areas where COVID redeployment has impacted tracking work.
The honourable member from Pictou West.
Thank you very much. So the redeployment, has that been possibly the cause of surgery delays and, testing, in particularly cancer screening testing?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
So there were no delays in the urgent or acute surgeries that were required, like cancer surgeries, for example. There were delays in elective surgeries, which we do have, as I mentioned earlier today. 95% of those have either happened or been booked. And that was a result of the system shifting capacity around to prepare for, what could have been, major waves at that point, is what the models indicated we could have gotten, and we would have gotten them if we didn't have strong public health policies and if people weren't, doing their part to follow the public health protocols. So, preparing the system to respond potentially to the acute needs of a pandemic did impact service delivery, but not in the acute or urgent sectors, but in the elective primarily, and in screening and in data tracking as well. But I do want to say how impressive it was to watch the health authority work with public health and the department to prepare the system to deal with potentially high volumes of COVID patients. That was very impressive to watch, and I think it was very good evidence of the efficiency that can be achieved with having a singular authority in the system to run the operational side of health. So I do want to commend them on the rapid response and efforts they took to prepare the system to potentially meet higher levels of cases and severe cases in wave one. But as we have managed the pandemic, better than most places in the world, regular services and programming have come back online, and the system is catching up.
The honourable member from Pictou West with about 4 minutes left. Or 5, sorry.
Okay, I thought I had until 2:22.
I have until 2:17.
Oh, okay. So that's a good segue with the minister's comments right into the fact that I have to disagree with that we're back on track, in particularly with the colon cancer screening kits. It's very frustrating for me to be at the age that I'm at and know that, there's a ton of people out there that have not received their kits. In fact, I mentioned it yesterday during question period that there's people actually on these Zoom meetings with us in the House that have not received their kits. And we know as month by month goes by, the increase of, the chances of having such a disease increases. So we know that people are not caught up with PAP tests. I realized that my colleague from Cumberland North today brought that up in question period too. So I'm curious and just would like to ask for a final time, when will all of the colon screening test kits be delivered? And what are you doing to bring awareness and promotion to the fact that they have been delayed and ensuring that they will be caught up?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. So the specific impact here was related to lab capacity. So
order just for 1 second, Minister. You're a little muddled in your microphone there. If you could just start over. I was having a hard time hearing you. Please, thanks.
How's this better?
That's better.
Is that better? Yeah. Might be my sleeves. My sleeves might be the culprits here over the microphone. So in terms of why screening was impacted, it was because of lab capacity. And so obviously we had to use our lab capacity for COVID testing. So resources in their labs were redirected for COVID testing during the pandemic. So there's still lab capacity that's engaged with that, but the deputy has informed me that we are working to get back on schedule for the screenings. We know this is a serious issue for people. We do have to weigh the needs of resource deployment for the pandemic, and obviously testing has been a key part of our strategy It's helped us, track the waves and respond appropriately with public health measures. So I do believe that was the right decision to make as we faced the brunt of the pandemic. But as more vaccines are rolled out, as we get to herd immunity, that lab capacity will keep working back over to screening, and that work has begun. And so the health authority is working on doing their very best to get back on schedule for the screening, because we know that is critical for people. But I do know that Nova Scotians can understand the requirements and the pressure on the system related to the pandemic. And testing, of course, has been absolutely paramount to having a successful strategy.
The honourable member from Pictou West with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining.
Thank you. So thank you for that answer. I think it was the first time that I actually had an honest answer with regards to resources being sort of deployed to other areas within the healthcare system. Hopefully it's a lesson learned, though, that we'll need to have a better plan if a second pandemic, hopefully not, comes around. Quickly, just want to know how much money has been spent on lawsuits with associations. We know there has been definitely with Doctors Nova Scotia. If you could just give me a quick figure on what the cost has been on lawsuits. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
The deputies also just informed me. Deputy, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Okay. The deputies just informed me as well that anyone who's not getting the kits on their birthday, they can call in and request a kit, and one will be sent to them. The colon cancer screening kit. So people can be, well, some will.
Okay, order. That concludes, not to cut you off on the question, it's an important question, absolutely, for everyone, but we're on to our next hour of questions for the Honourable Minister of Health. I will now pass the floor over to the member from Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, so far for the answers you've provided. And I feel like I'm talking into the ether, but there we go. Somewhere out there, you're listening to me right now, even though I can't see you. So I would like to begin by asking some questions about mental health and addiction services. The COVID-19 pandemic, the toll it is having on older people in this province, the effects on residents and staff in long-term care and frontline work, and all of the other life stresses that Nova Scotians have dealt with over the last year are all underpinned by an acute and dangerous impact on our mental health. This has exposed the chasms in our mental health system, and I believe that a bright side of all of this is that Nova Scotians are beginning to expect better. More people in this province have reported higher rates of anxiety than anywhere else in Canada since the COVID-19 pandemic began. 27% of Nova Scotians describe their anxiety level as high. That's a 20% jump from pre-pandemic levels. Also, 16% of Nova Scotians have reported high levels of depression since the pandemic, more than double the pre-pandemic number of 7%. So this budget's mental health line is $336 million. As you know, our Mental Health Bill of Rights, that's the NDP's Mental Health Bill of Rights, commits the province to spending 10% of the health budget on mental health to be aligned with what is recommended by the World Health Organization. The figure this year in this budget is only 6.3%. In fact, that appears to have gone down since last year when it was 6.7% of the global health budget. So my first question is, do you agree that we should meet international targets for mental health and make our mental health budget 10% of our entire health budget?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I do believe that's a laudable goal. We have increased mental health spending significantly this year, so we do have the highest budget for mental health services than we've ever had before, and that does include the development of a new officer for mental health, which will be a clinician and will help quarterback and further develop our mental health supports across departments. Also, what's not reflected in the health budget are the investments in mental health supports that we've put in place in our schools through our inclusive education funding as well. We've made major investments as a government, as the current chair of committee would know, to bring in child and youth care practitioners, mental health clinicians, youth psychologists, guidance counselors. So that's not reflected here. So I think if you consider all the other supports that are available, I mean, we very well might be at that 10%. But I mean, another reason why that percentage in the health department went down, even at a point percentage-wise, while we're increasing the actual amount, is because of the other major investments that have been made through this budget. In particular, money for COVID response and COVID management, and also, $100 million that were the additional $100 million that we've put into our long-term care, which is another major focus of the government. So it's important to clarify that the number in health has gone up. The budget in health is not reflective of all the mental health supports that we have invested in as a government. And the percentage has dropped, but that is because we've had to invest so much into COVID-19 measures, and of course there's a single greatest increase in long-term care investments in our province's history as well.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And the minister has outlined some spending in other departments. If I may, it would be great to get, a breakdown of the mental health allotments in other government departments, so that we can get a true picture of that. So if that's something I could request that could be sent to our caucus, when there's a chance, that would be terrific. Many parts of the province, particularly in rural areas, are plagued by long wait times for mental health services. And we know that there's been improvement in these wait times, but we also know, and it's been widely acknowledged at the Health Committee and the Public Accounts Committee, that there's still, much more work to be done. I understand that much of these challenges have to do with some of the human resource challenges with hiring the right practitioners in the right places. So I'm wondering if the minister could talk a little bit about those challenges in detail.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
So just in terms of requesting information from other departments, that is why we go through this 40-hour estimates process. So the member will have opportunities to ask the same question with any department that she chooses to. So I will leave that up to other departments to provide the member upon request. One thing I also neglected to mention was part of the investment in long-term care is also involves allied healthcare providers like physios and like mental health clinicians as well. So that figure is also reflected in the long-term care budget. There is support there for mental health for our long-term care facilities.
The honourable member from Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to just ask that question again to the minister about the resource challenges in mental health in rural areas of Nova Scotia. Wondering if, I'm not sure if you're done talking about that, or if there's a possibility of getting an answer to that. So just a bit about the challenges of hiring the right practitioners in the right places in rural Nova Scotia for mental health care.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, member. I did answer your first question there, not your second. Thanks for your patience. So we have had our central intake system, which we created, and that was a $1.3 million investment. And there's been a $9.5 million investment for the expansion of community-based supports, which did include the hiring of 35 clinical full-time equivalents and 9 more clinical full-time equivalents for First Nation communities. So we have had some success in hiring, but there is And we experience this in the education department. There is a shortage in some mental health fields, in psychology and psychiatry. So that is, that seems to be a broad-based shortage across North America. So there is, I believe, an overarching supply issue there. And then on top of that, sometimes it's more difficult to recruit people to rural communities. But we have managed to, despite some of those challenges, actually reduce the wait times for those seeking urgent and non-urgent care when it comes to mental health. So the non-urgent care wait times have improved as most adults and children and adolescents are provided service within the national standard now, which is much better than we were before. And that is 2 weeks for children and adolescents. And the median wait time is 26 days for adults. And again, that's for non-urgent cases. And for the urgent cases, we have reduced the wait times significantly for adults who are experiencing an urgent mental health issue. That median wait time has been reduced to 2 days, and an urgent for child and adolescents has been reduced to 5 days. So we have seen some major improvements in the wait times, and I think we've also reduced all the wait times for opioid addictions as well. So we have seen some success in this area. And, to help us recruit the psychiatrists to rural areas, we have provided additional compensation incentives to help recruit folks to rural areas and have their residency placement program to put practitioners in rural Nova Scotia to get them familiar with communities, meet the communities, and hopefully learn to love those communities. And I just know, based on some local experience I've had in Yarmouth, that that program can be very successful in communities. But there still does remain a macro challenge in this field because of the supply, and of course the other challenge of getting those folks into rural communities. But hopefully, higher compensation and our recruitment and retention efforts will continue to help with that.
The honourable member from Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. I know you did list some numbers there at the beginning of his answer, and so I'm just wondering if you can tell us what the increase in mental health human resources has been committed to in this budget, and if it's possible to break down that increase between those 15 staff positions in the new office and then other clinician therapist positions outside of that office. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health. While the health minister deliberates, I noticed that the PC caucus quorum increased by one. The good member from Inverness had his new addition on there, so I just wanted to congratulate him on the baby and growing the population in Cape Breton. So one more proud Cape Bretoner for the mix. So he was on there, but I think he's gone. But anyway, I'll pass it back over to the Minister of Health.
Cape Bretoners. You guys love each other. So I do have the breakdown of those, and congratulations to the member for Inverness as well. That's I saw the baby on screen here yesterday, I believe, and just really want to congratulate the member from Inverness and his family on the beautiful new one. Well done. So I do have a breakdown of the FTEs for the Office of Mental Health and Addiction Services. So there are 8 new FTEs that are new hires to the system, and there are 7 FTEs that will be transferred into that office. So 15 new to these positions in total. And we have, I have names here. I don't think the member needs the names, but that's the breakdown of numbers of new positions.
The honourable member from Dartmouth North.
Thank you for that. And I'm wondering if there are other increases in mental health human resources that are outside of that office, so on-the-ground clinicians in various places in the province. Yeah, thanks.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
So those have been the positions that I mentioned before, 35 new mental health clinicians for the general system and 9 new mental health clinicians for our First Nations system.
The Honourable Member from Dartmouth North.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. Just want to go back for a second on the wait times. Again, acknowledging that there has been improvements, but just want to note that the wait times for non-urgent and I believe urgent visits in Cape Breton, for instance, are still weeks and weeks and weeks, much longer than the national standard. 84 days for the first appointment, for instance, in industrial Cape Breton, and long waits for both the first and second appointments. So when we talk about the improvements in getting access to mental health services, we cannot forget that that's to see someone for the first time, and then what happens after that is also a long journey. I want to talk for a moment about the new single session therapy service that was talked about in the budget address yesterday, and we've heard about. This is, I hope, modeled off of the sort of walk-in clinic pilot that happened. Happy to see this, but I'd like a little bit of information about it. So the budget address referenced trained staff that will provide the service. So first, can the minister talk about who this staff will be? So not obviously actual people, but what will their qualifications be for those positions?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
So so the wait times have been reduced in Cape Breton, but I do believe the new positions and strategies that we have in place are going to be useful to increasing the time and response to this. The single session would be modeled after, based on my understanding, the walk-in clinic pilot. So it would be a replica of that model. We've also hired, I forgot to mention this in response to the members' questions about the FTEs, but there's also been additional 24 FTEs that have been created for the sexual trauma support as well. So those would be additional FTEs above the ones that I mentioned already.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you to the minister. Sorry, the question I had asked was what qualifications will the trained staff in the single session therapy system have? So if it is being modeled on the walk-in pilot, then I presume that those staff are social workers, but I'd love to have confirmation on that. Wondering if the service will be offered in person or if it's going to be virtual or a combination of those two, and also wondering where it will be located. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
So there will be a mix of professionals there. So there are some social workers that will be part of this network, also mental health clinicians as well, and they'll all have to meet the licensing standards of their profession.
The honourable member from Dartmouth North.
Thank you. And so where will the service be, in person or virtual or a combination of the two? And where will it be located? Will there be more than one location? If so, where are the locations for the service?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
That will be determined through the design and procurement process that we are initiating. We will be initiating once the budget's passed.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Well, that was my next question. So when is the service expected to be available, and what is the timeline? So if you're beginning to plan it after the budget is passed, wondering if you don't know when it will be, if the minister doesn't know when it will be started, does the minister have a target for a timeline?
The honourable Minister of Health.
So we've actually moved quite quickly on the establishment of the mental health officer position. So we've got a plan in place to fill that in the imminent future. Once that office is established, once the provincial budget is passed, these are all priority projects. So I don't have a timeline right now, but staff will be giving me one once they're assembled in that office.
The honourable member from Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The budget address outlined $5.9 million for an e-mental health and addictions action plan. My first question is, what is this and what programs will it include?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I do have a document that I do want to reference specifically that have the specifics in terms of the mental health strategy, and I do want to wait for staff to provide me with that so I can go over the specifics of that with the member.
The honourable member from Dartmouth North.
Sure. So I think what I understood the minister to say there is that he will get back to me on that one in the session. But so I'm just going to skip ahead to something that should be more familiar to the minister at this moment, which is this: that 3 Nova Scotia Health Authority mental health offices are being moved out of downtown Dartmouth and relocated to Portland Hills. What monitoring of access or collecting of community input is being planned to evaluate the impacts of this change?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank the member for the question, and this is something that her and I have chatted about a little bit as well. So,
order, Honourable Minister. We're having a hard time hearing you again. Can you please start over? Thank you.
How's this? Can you test?
Yep, you're good.
There was a decision made. So, the history on that, as the member knows, is all 3 leases in 3 separate mental health and addictions facilities were up. There was a clinical decision made to amalgamate those services to provide better wraparound and holistic care to people. The only location that met the procurement criteria, the only acceptable space, was outside of the downtown core. So that is the one that they did go with. the Health Authority went with. It does have access to Metro Transit, but I do realize, based on my conversations with multiple members from Dartmouth, that there's still some access concerns. So the Health Authority has committed to providing satellite services to the downtown area. And we're happy to link the member up with the Health Authority to go over the specifics. I actually think the Health Authority has been in contact with the member, if I'm not mistaken, and has committed to keeping her up to date on that. But if the member does need any support in ensuring that connection is happening, she can let us know here at the department, and we'll make sure she's in contact with them.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm really happy to hear that because, no, to date, we have not received a commitment. But if that's what you're telling, if that's what the minister is saying, then I'm really, really excited, and I know my colleagues in Dartmouth will also be excited, or at least my colleague from Dartmouth South will be excited. So that's great. That was one of my questions, if we could get a commitment on that today. But I do know the history of the decision. There's been some amazing explanation given for that, and again, I guess I take this opportunity to thank those members of the public service in the Department of Health and Wellness and the Nova Scotia Health who have been extremely patient with their time and generous with their time to explain everything that went into that decision-making process. And I get it. But nonetheless, I feel like that was a flawed procurement process, and I think in general, we as the government and as elected officials need to examine sort of what we mean when we say something is accessible. It's not just about physical accessibility, and so I think that should be a goal of ours as a group of legislators moving forward. However, all of that being said, I am the member from Dartmouth South is never mind. We're happy to hear that there's been a commitment, and I have not heard from the Nova Scotia Health about it, so I'll check my email after this session. I would like to still just dig a little deeper into the decision making, and I'm wondering if the minister can talk at all about what stakeholder or community consultation took place, either in developing the terms of the request for proposal or in selecting the site. And I'm not talking about the clinicians. I am talking about the clinicians, but I'm also talking about the users of the services or other community organizations that serve that population. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that decision was made before my time here, and it was made at the Health Authority, not within the department. But the deputies informed me that part of that process included an outreach team that is still currently, I believe, meeting with patients and stakeholders in the area. And also another development in this that I was just informed of is the North End Clinic is looking at expanding options for folks in downtown as well. So there seems to be a few moving parts on this. But the focus does seem to be in ensuring that folks that require those services in downtown who might have trouble accessing the new location are accommodated.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, fantastic. I'm really pleased to hear that. You will know, the minister will know, that there is no province-wide mobile emergency mental health crisis response service in Nova Scotia. So we have that mobile emergency mental health in HRM, but not throughout Nova Scotia. And this means that thousands of Nova Scotians each year are met by uninformed police officers when what they really need is a mental health professional. Does the minister's department collect any data on police wellness checks, and how many may have a mental health need related to them?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I am not aware that that's data that's collected in the department.
Can you repeat that, Minister? We couldn't hear you. Your voice was just.
I'm not aware of any data of that nature that's collected in the department.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has the department looked into expanding the in-person response component, so the mobile mental health crisis service, to other parts of the province?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
That option is does definitely remain on the table. We do want to lean heavily on the advice of the new officer that we're creating here to provide direction in terms of those responses. So the role of that office is going to be to coordinate the cross-department responses to mental health issues. So we're at the beginning stages of building that office, and we will have a person very similar to Dr. Strang who directs the efforts of public health, a clinician who will be focused on directing the efforts of mental health services. So that very well might be an area where we consider expansion.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I ask my next question, I just want to say that I made a mistake in my words earlier, and I said uninformed police, and I meant to say uniformed police. I was one letter off, and it makes a big difference. I apologize for that. Thank you for the minister's answer. Wanted to talk about the mental health crisis line that takes calls 24/7 from any part of the province. We know that it does have a component of in-person response, as I've just mentioned, in HRM. What kind of performance targets exist for that service?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that would be conducted by the NSHA, so we can connect the member with information from the NSHA related to that.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
That would be great, and I also am wondering, and I suppose this is NSHA too, but if the department could provide us with an evaluation of the mental health crisis line service, if there is one, that could be provided to our caucus. Also wondering if there's been an increase in resourcing to the program in this particular budget in dollars or in staffing.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So as I did mention earlier, there was an increase of about 30% in terms of demand on the 24/7 crisis line. So resources were redeployed to staff the crisis line. So there's additional 1.6 million that were sent over in dollars, and 15 full-time equivalents were there as well. The response time when the phone's picked up is under 2 minutes. And if someone leaves a voicemail, it's under 30 minutes. So those are the response time targets that we're hitting right now. And those were the resources that were redeployed to the crisis line.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I want to go back to the actual mobile mental health crisis. So in terms of that program, which is where people call and then perhaps a clinician and a plainclothes police officer is dispatched to their call to them. I'm wondering, I've heard from a number of folks who work in mental health in HRM that many people have to wait, and I've actually also heard from my constituents who use the service, that many people have to wait for an answer when they call, and that an in-person team cannot always get to everyone because they might be tied up with an existing call. I'm wondering if you can provide information on wait times for the mobile in-person unit, and how many people need an in-person visit but have to wait or just simply aren't helped in person.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
We're seeing if we can get that data for the member.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Great. Just to clarify, when the minister says they're seeing if they can get the data, does that mean I'm going to get it in this session, or it will be forwarded at another time? Just want to know how to balance my questions.
The honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Our intention is to get it as soon as possible. So if staff
Oh, Minister, we lost you again. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with the tech here. Our efforts are to get that in real time. So requests have been sent to staff right now. And our expectation is that we can get this information back as quickly as possible to the member. So yeah, absolutely. We want to get that back to you in the session if that data exists.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, thank you very much. The Health and Wellness Minister's mandate letter includes the following point under the Office of Mental Health and Addictions. A quote, administer mental health and addictions granting programs, end quote. Question, is there an increase in the budget for those grants?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
There is an increase of approximately $600,000.
Okay, thank you, Minister. We are at the moment now where we need to take our mandatory COVID 15-minute break. It is now 2:54. We'll come back at 3:09. Okay, so thank you, everyone. We'll be back at 3:09. Okay, order. I just want to ensure the Minister of Health and Wellness is with us and ready to proceed. He is. We're good. Okay, so we have 23 minutes left for the NDP. I will now pass it back over to the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we last spoke, the minister had just said that there was $600,000 increase in the budget for the grant programs for mental health and addictions. You know, any increase is something, but it seems like a small amount of money for these important projects. And as folks here would know, the granting process is difficult and uncertain for so many essential community-based organizations. Is there expanded core funding to community mental health and addiction support organizations in this budget?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thanks, Member, for the question. We did track down the numbers, so we are coming off of a $1.6 million increase in investment in the Mental Health Foundation, which does provide community grants to community organizations. And beyond the figure I provided to the member, that is the limit on the increase this year.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I'm wondering about core funding. So this is something I've spoken about a lot in this House in terms of arts and culture funding and in other departments. But it seems to doesn't matter what part of the not-for-profit sector we are talking about. The fact is that not-for-profit organizations who are doing such excellent work spend way too much of their time writing grants and hoping for fairly unstable funding. So my question for the minister is there expanded core funding to community mental health and addiction support organizations? The money you've just mentioned, is that core money, or is that money going towards core funding for those other organizations?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there is in total now, and this includes the 1.6 million increase from last year and the increase I mentioned today, $9 million in core funding that does go to these organizations. And that's every single year in the budget. Right now that's accumulated to $9 million annually.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you to the Minister for that answer. I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. It's recently come to light that Gambling Awareness Nova Scotia has been dissolved and that its funding has been rerouted into the general mental health and addiction stream, including to overdose prevention services. According to the chair of Gambling Risk Informed Nova Scotia, this move was a way to deal with the, quote, profound lack of funding for mental health in Nova Scotia, end quote. So first question is, how much money is being diverted from Gambling Awareness Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that would be the entire budget, which is approximately $6 million, is over 6.6 million. All of that funding is being redistributed into frontline services. So the entire budget has been redeployed, and the decision was to do that because it was a more effective way to provide frontline services to support people dealing with these issues.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So I understand that some of the money is being diverted to make investments in overdose prevention. Was it considered to fund both Gambling Awareness Nova Scotia and overdose prevention? Why or why not? Or why is it an either or?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
You know, this is one argument that we continue to have with the NDP, and I think that the difference in approach here is on our side. There's a very real recognition that the resources, financial resources of this province are finite. You know, there is not an unlimited purse which we can dip our hands to. In an ideal world, we can pay for every single thing, but we have to use the resources we have in the most effective manner possible. And so it was deemed to be more effective in terms of treatment and support for people to divert these funds to frontline services and training in this area to help build our capacity.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I knew this debate was going to come up rather sooner than later in these budget sessions, but I just want to remind the Minister that the NDP caucus does not believe in unlimited spending, but rather targeted, smart investment. And really, I wasn't asking about more money. I was just asking why both of those things couldn't be funded. So I know that concerns have been raised about the establishment of online gambling sites in Nova Scotia. We heard a lot about that in question period today. I understand that the sites are expected to launch this spring. Is that still the case?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yes, they will be launching this spring. I also have a breakdown of where those dollars are going in case specifically if anyone was interested.
Minister, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you just repeat that last phrase you said? We lost you. You just got muffled again. So if you could repeat that, it'd be great.
Okay. Are we good now?
Yeah, you're good there.
Not sure what's contributing to that. So yes, those sites will be launched this spring. And I do have a breakdown of where that 6.6 million is being redeployed in the system from the Gambling Awareness Foundation. So I wouldn't mind going over those for the member. I do believe she'd be interested. 1 million is going into additional mental health system supports. 1.8 million is going into treatment and recovery programs. 1.3 million is going into suicide prevention. 800,000 is going into supports for First Nations communities. And 1 million is going to support children and youth. So those will be the broad baskets where those dollars are being redeployed.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, I'd like to thank the Minister for that breakdown. That's very helpful. Going back to the gambling questions, considering that Gambling Awareness Nova Scotia has been dissolved, what replacement services will be put in place to support people living with a gambling addiction when those sites are live?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we do provide funding to the Gambling Support Network, which is another organization, but those funds were redeployed into the system for frontline services, as I mentioned. But of course, as we know, gambling addiction is oftentimes associated with other mental health issues as well. And so, of course, those folks have access to the variety of mental health supports that we do have available through the healthcare system. And those supports are being enhanced, have been enhanced over the years and are being further enhanced in this budget, particularly in the area of virtual care or the single session. Those would be the two that are most applicable to the situation.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Minister may have heard me ask the Premier about this in question period today, but I'd like to talk to the Minister about it as well. So recently, researchers at Dalhousie convened a group of health professionals and policymakers, harm reduction advocates, people who use drugs, and experts to create a policy statement on access to safe supply in Nova Scotia. This is something that I wrote the previous health minister about last year, and something that's happening quite a lot. There's a lot of work going on about it in my own constituency of Dartmouth North. Dartmouth North has just been named one of the pilot locations for the MySafe project, which will offer hydromorphine, I think, available in a vending machine as part of a safe supply pilot project, which is pretty exciting. But I just wanted to ask the minister if he can provide an update toward the work on safe supply of drugs in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Could the member repeat that question, please?
Sure. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Sure. So recently at Dalhousie University, there was a group convened that was made up of health professionals, policymakers, people who use drugs, harm reduction advocates, and other experts to create a policy statement on access to safe supply of drugs in Nova Scotia. And I was saying that in Dartmouth North, well, it's something that I've been interested in and wrote to the previous health minister about. The minister from the member from Antigonish, that health minister, in Dartmouth North, we've been selected, or the community's been selected as a location for the MySafe project pilot, which will bring a vending machine of hydromorphine that will be delivered through a vending machine to the people that are in the pilot project. So my question really is, I'm wondering if you can provide an update toward Nova Scotia's work on providing a safe supply of drugs here in this province.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I'd like to thank the member for the question. So there have been increased resources put into this area. In this budget, there's been an investment in the addictions hubs and withdrawal management services that will be now delivered in every single region in the province. So these are new investments. And also, I believe it would be reflected in last year's budget. But there, under mental health, there was an increase, I believe, about $35 million for pharmaceutical access in this area as well.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Great. Thank you for that answer. Yeah, could the minister just talk a little bit more about those addiction hubs? He mentioned that they will be in every region, but does that mean so the four like sort of zones of the province, or will there be more than that? And if there's any more description about those, that would be great to hear about.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
To answer the member's question, yes, they'll be in the four health zones.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just realized that I forgot to ask a question that was connected to others that I was asking earlier, and that was about the organizations that receive core funding for mental health and addictions work. And so I was wondering if the minister or the department could provide a list of the mental health and addictions organizations who receive either grant or core funding from the department and the amounts that they receive.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
We'll have that to the member in short order.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. Of course, COVID-19 has been incredibly difficult for the mental health of all Nova Scotians, but it has had an acute impact on the mental health of our frontline workers. Can the minister talk about what approach the department has taken or is taking as an employer of frontline health providers when it came to the support of their mental health and wellness, in particular, during the height of the pandemic and continuing to now?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank the member for the question. So there were various supports that were put in place. So our frontline workers in the healthcare system are not technically employees of the department. They're employees of the health authority, and the health authority did set up a mental health line for all their employees in the system, and that was set up for the IWK as well. There was an employee family assistance program that was set up for continuing care staff. And there were webinars that were provided through the health authority to support people dealing with mental health issues as well. And on the government side, so on our side, that would be for staff that do work under the government departments directly. The Public Service Commission did set up an office of mental health with the intention of supporting staff that did require supports in that area.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North with about a minute and a half left in this round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. Wondering if there was any specific mental health supports made available for the staff who were working during the Northwood outbreak.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness with about a minute and 15 seconds left in this round. So over to you, Minister.
So there were, yes, there were counseling services set up for the staff at Northwood, and there were other long-term care workers as well, and they were also supported by the occupational health and safety nurses.
Thank you, Minister. The honourable member for Dartmouth North. Do you have any more questions before? You got about 30 seconds.
Technically?
You can do that, yeah.
Okay, I will just talk about the question I'm going to ask when next I am allowed to ask a full question, Mr. Chair, which will be about long-term care residents and the unimaginable burden of isolation and loneliness they have borne since the pandemic began and ongoing.
Order. Thank you to the member for Dartmouth North. We now move back over to the PC caucus. It is now 3:32, so for the next hour we have the MLA for Pictou West.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I believe when we were just wrapping up the last time, we were still on the discussion around doctors and nurse practitioners, but I think more importantly, we were getting into not an easy topic to talk about, but nonetheless one that we need to address because of taxpayers' money being spent on lawsuits. So I'm just wondering how much has been spent in the last year or two with regards to lawsuits on associations such as Doctors Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. There is no impact to our budget related to lawsuits.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will come back to that later on. We do know, though, that KPMG has been hired by NSHA in order to help with consultations on doctor recruitment and retainment. And I'm wondering if the minister could provide an update on how that is going and what the costs have been. I know that there would have to be some type of approval on budget for this, and I'm just curious what that was.
I'm I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there was no additional money provided to the Health Authority from the department for those consulting services. They did acquire those consulting services. That would have been at the direction of the board, and they would have utilized their standing budget for that.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just looking at surgery wait times, as we know, that has been also a very interesting and disappointing discussion for many Nova Scotians. Has there ever been talks about or discussions about renting space from the private sector?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
We do utilize and do have contracts for additional facilities to accommodate space pressure for certain surgeries.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Pictou West.
Could the minister elaborate on that, where those services are provided? Are they all in the HRM area?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the specific areas where outside space has been utilized, one where this was pre-COVID in Scotia surgery, which is a private facility that was leased to get through the foot and ankle surgeries. And we are currently negotiating with the Atlantic Eye Institute. We have had a backlog of cataract surgeries in Nova Scotia as a result of COVID, and we're engaging with them to utilize that institute on a contract to deal with the backlog in cataract surgeries.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for that. I'm almost confident to maybe he can confirm, but I'm pretty sure that both of those private companies are located in the HRM area, while we are looking across the board from Yarmouth to Cape North in Nova Scotia. The backlog for surgeries are elevated right across the board. So what's the plan to reduce surgeries? Will you be looking into more private companies to help out, or do you have another plan to combat really this mess?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there is a lot happening in this area, and right now we're benefiting from the leadership of Dr. Orrell as deputy, who is actually an orthopedic surgeon, who's provided the department great leadership on this. So the reason why we're not utilizing private clinics outside of HRM is because they don't exist right now. HRM is the only area in Nova Scotia where there are private facilities that we can contract to help with the backlogs here. So that would be the answer to the member's question about why aren't we doing this in rural Nova Scotia? It's just, they don't exist in the private sector. So there's a pretty comprehensive plan to continue to improve surgical wait times. There's been, I know, tens of millions of dollars that have been invested. We recently just had a federal announcement, $4 billion, 127 million of which are coming to Nova Scotia to also assist with surgical wait times. But finding efficiencies in the system is pretty important. So in terms of finding efficiencies, the way we're approaching them is better preparation, the surgeries, better preparation, pre-surgery. This helps with reducing cancellations. There are shorter stays in the hospital and a focus on rehabilitation to have more efficient use of the bed space. And schedules are reviewed regularly to find efficiencies in the scheduling, and there has been extensions of the operating days as well. Of course, another factor that impacts our surgeries would be access to anesthetists. So again, a highly sought after special. Can you not hear me?
I can now. Yeah.
Okay. Did you miss any of that?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously the access of anesthetists is you can't do most surgeries without that. So having a more competitive remuneration framework is helpful of that. I know that the province and the health authority and community groups have been really working hard on the anesthetist recruitment and finding locums to fill in any gaps in our anesthetist contingent. So those are some of the initiatives that are being taken right now to reduce wait times. And I think we have reduced surgical wait times in a number of fields, including in ortho. Over the years, we've had significant improvements there. And there's been, and there's an additional, there's 23 million, which is seeing an increase of an additional 2 million into orthopedic wait times, orthopedic surgeries as well, which is going to surgical supplies, system enabling costs, physicians, additional human resources, and the prehabilitation work that I mentioned earlier.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of information, good information there from the minister, but in particularly, I'd like to go back to the 127 million you said that the federal government is giving. How will that be broken down between rural areas and the HRM?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that money is going to be deployed to the regional hospitals that provide surgeries, and it will be allocated on a needs basis. So where the biggest wait times are, where the majority of resources are needed to deal with those wait times, that's how this funding will be allocated.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And since we're on the discussion of surgeries, I want to bring up a topic that is that I'm very passionate about and would love to see improvement in Nova Scotia, because it matters to everyone, and that's oral health care. I think we underestimate the value of oral health care and how it really affects our lives as we move forward, right from birth onward. What I'm seeing right now, the wait time for oral surgeries for 5-year-olds and under is 18 months. 18 months to have a child that's 5 and under get into surgery. And this is a huge issue. We need to do a better job of promoting and advocating for children to take, good care of their teeth. But let's face it, we've all been there when our parents yelled at us, and we're doing it with our children, and so on and so on. But I want to know what the minister has to say about that 18 months to get in for oral surgery for those children 5 and under.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
We actually, I do have a meeting coming up with the president of the Dental Association. So this is something I wouldn't mind chatting with them a bit more on. I mean, that does, I'm not a clinician in this area, but that does seem to be a fairly long wait time for surgery in this area. But I do want to get some more information from the dentists in the field and get their perspective on it. But there have been increases in the remuneration for pediatric dentists, and of course we want to, we think that's going to help with the preventative measures, because that's really where you get your bang for your buck. And dentistry is preventing these situations from happening. But is the sound coming through okay? I'm getting.
It's okay.
Sorry, pardon me. I have been looking down, but it seems fine to me. I will stop if I can't hear you, but unless the member for Pictou West needs me to stop more.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Okay. I can review some of the investments in the budget towards our children's dental program. So there is 6.5 million for the dental program itself. We do have, if the member goes for the budget, the special dental plans for cleft palate. That's in the realm of 250,000. Special dental plans for those with special needs is 376,000. There's the dental surgeries is budgeted for about 1.6 million. And the list does go on. If the member does want to familiarize herself with the budget document, she can see the specific investments in the children's dental program.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister, and I am aware of those investments. I don't believe the investments are enough. Actually, I think they're far from being enough. And again, I think we underestimate the value of proper oral health care. In fact, one of the biggest concerns I have, and I'm very frustrated, it's one of the things I think that Nova Scotia actually has a problem with in a number of departments is that there's a lack of consistency, whether we're talking about schools, whether we're talking about regional hospitals. Services are not consistent across this province. And one of the things that frustrates me and I think is so unfair is the fluoride rinsing treatment. I did have an opportunity to meet with the Dental Association of Nova Scotia. I did have an opportunity to meet with the College of Dental Hygienists, and I've heard it from both of them. And for example, and you know, I'm not trying to point fingers, but I am going to point this out. I know that the schools in the Minister of Health's constituency are receiving fluoride, but they're not in Pictou County. And I'm just in other places within this province. I think we need a consistent plan. And I'm wondering if the minister can share with me why the inconsistency, and if he agrees that we need to have a proper plan so that every child, whether it's primary or grade 1, they're all getting fluoride treatments.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So this is the first I've heard of there being inconsistency in the fluoride program. I am being told that part of it might be related to volunteerism. Volunteers might be leaned on to provide this program, but I can confirm that. I do know that it was delayed during COVID for obvious reasons. We didn't want people around other people's mouths this past year. But that is something that we can look into. That is new information for me, and happy to hear that my community is receiving the fluoride treatments. But I do need to better understand why there would be inconsistencies there and what would cause that. And there is budgeted through our department, just under $1 million for that program. Over 900. So I just, I would need to get some more information on that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that there are only 12 dental hygienists, public dental hygienists in Nova Scotia. Can you confirm that, please?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
That would be information that's, I believe, I'm being told that information will be housed by the association, so we can check with them and see if we can confirm that.
Okay, I'm pretty sure there are 12. So let's just hypothetically, I know, but I'm pretty sure there's 12. So I'm just curious, with a population of almost 1 million and those public health dental hygienists, would you say that 12 is enough?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I mean, really, I would depend on the assessment of the clinicians to better understand that.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
There's probably, you can see the passion of why I'm so adamant about proper oral health care. I don't think enough information is getting out when there's new births. I don't think there's enough information perhaps going home, or perhaps it is a lack of being attentive. We all know we can't change human nature, and some children are looked after better than others. But this is why we have to step up to the plate, because I believe having a proper plan would actually reduce our costs in oral surgeries. But I'm wondering why we're not investing more in dental hygienists. I know that they've become a self-regulated organization, but yet we never have had the discussions, not while I was here. Why are they not covered, dental hygienists covered under MSI?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So, I mean, the work that dental hygienists do can be billed to MSI, but they do have to be connected to a doctor, to a dentist. So, and there's very few, I believe, in the province that aren't connected to a doctor, but they can bill for those services, and they do bill for those services through MSI.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I understand that, Minister, but in the new legislation that we created for them to go independent, the word independent is actually in the legislation, which would make many of them have more, perhaps would actually have more incentive to go out on their own if they could be covered by MSI without being under the umbrella of a dentist. So I would just like to mention that, I think, for your consideration. I think that the importance of having dental hygienists, they provide great triage care, and they would do a great job in remote areas in rural Nova Scotia, and I think would be very happy, some of them, to open up their own clinics if they were covered by MSI. And I think we would absolutely see the reduction in children under 5 having to wait 18 months to get surgery and lose their baby teeth, and the pain and the agony that they go through. And that brings me to why for the last number of years, numerous times, I've continued to introduce the bill, the Chief Dental Officer of Health. And after a few years of doing that, I recognize that the Liberal government did end up hiring someone to consult. Don't know who that individual was. We had such difficulty in finding that individual, only to learn that whoever it was basically hired for only 2 days a week. I have no idea what they've done, but recently someone new was hired. So I'm wondering if you could expand on that role and tell me what exactly is this new individual going to be doing, and what they're following up on from the past person that was hired.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we in the department, we've hired a dental consultant. I'm not sure if that's the position that the member is talking about, but that individual was hired on a part-time basis to provide some guidance to the department. Back to the issue around the dental hygienists. I mean, we wouldn't make any changes in that regard without full consultation with the sector. Again, I'm not an expert in this field, but when we're talking about oral health care, I do think having the attachment to the doctors is pretty important for having that complete care that is offered. So I don't know that from a clinical perspective if that would be best case scenario in terms of ensuring that our people are getting the complete scope of oral health that they require. But there would not be any changes to that act without full consultation with dentists and dental hygienists as well. And we'd like to see a consensus, of course, from the oral health community if there were to be any substantial changes like that to how the oral health system operates here in the province.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to ask at this point, how much time do I have left?
We are taking a break at 4:09, but then in terms of after your break, I will let you know in just 1 second.
Okay, that's great. I'll go on with my question then. Just getting back to the value of dental hygienists and in comparison to nurse practitioners and the value of they would both be in rural areas. I just wanted to, for a number of years, I was mentioning in the chamber how I felt that we should have a nurse practitioner in every ER across this province. And I believe a year or two ago, there was a pilot program that the Liberal government initiated. And I'm just wondering, are we fulfilling that pilot program and noticing great success with it and plan to put a nurse practitioner in all the ERs across this province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So that does fall under the jurisdiction of the Health Authority to determine the operational capacity and the FTE deployments. So, those deployments are based on need, and we do trust the Health Authority to do proper assessment on that and allocate the nurse practitioners where they're most needed. So I'm not sure where they're at if they are in every emergency department at this point.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And at the time, I'll just refresh the minister. At the time, the minister at the time for the Department of Health was indicating that that was the goal, was to make sure there was an MT in every ER so that it would lighten the load in our emergency departments and try to get the traffic flow through faster. So I hope that you will revisit that and look at that as a means, because truly not much has changed or improved. And we certainly are all aware of that because of what we're seeing with our paramedics and the struggles that they are going through. And I know my colleague from Argyle, Barrington, will be following up and later with questions on that. But I just want to move quickly to Pictou County and touch base on a few issues that are happening here. And the first one I want to discuss, because I was cut off during question period. And so we know that I've been advocating for the last 8 years to expand our dialysis unit here in the town of Pictou at the Sutherland Harris Memorial Hospital. We have 4 chairs. We have just had a large available space come to us because of our new clinic. So we have lots of room. We knew this was going to be happening. And that's why years ago we started advocating to expand. So I want to know, I've been told year after year by different ministers of health that it's being reviewed, it's being looked at. Let's just, cut the chase and let's find out what exactly is happening with the pictodialysis unit and what is the potential of expanding those chairs there.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness. Order. We are going to take our mandated 15-minute break, which gives the minister plenty of time to consider his answer. So we will take 15 minutes. We will be back at 4:24. Order, please. I'll just wait to see the Minister of Health and Wellness on the screen. There we go. And I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness to answer the question from before the break. And while we're waiting, just let the member for Pictou West know that you have 23 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of there has been an expansion of dialysis in Nova Scotia. The focus has been on getting to communities that needed to travel further to access dialysis. So that has been the key focus, is to increase access points. So there have been 6 station expansions at Dartmouth General. And there's been a new dialysis unit. There's new projects underway in Digby, Kentville, 6 stations at Digby, 12 in Kentville, 6 in Berwick, more in HRM to deal with capacity. 4 additional ones going into the north side in Glace Bay, and 12 stations going into to Bridgewater. Design is underway on the Cumberland Regional Health Center in Amherst, and is also exploring the additional 12 station dialysis units there for the redevelopment as well. So there currently aren't plans in place to expand the stations in the Pictou area. You know, I'll be upfront with the member, but this is a program that is continually monitored, and the demand is continually assessed. And I'm not saying there couldn't be in the future, but currently there are no plans there. The focus have been in these other areas, and the majority of these areas, particularly the rural areas, were areas that didn't have close access points for dialysis.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I realize that the Minister is new to this portfolio, but his comments with more chairs units being in the HRM area due to demand, well, no wonder, because everyone from rural areas are going there. I know dozens of people that have to go there. If they're lucky enough from Pictou County, they may get to go to Antigonish, drive through storms. I have a friend that's 87 years old that has to drive, and or drive over Mount Tom and to Truro. So it's really unacceptable, and we need the MLAs in Pictou County have all been advocating for this, and we're in agreement that it just has to happen somewhere in Pictou County, whether that, is at the Aberdeen Regional Hospital, whether we expand in the town of Pictou, whatever it may be. But this needs to happen soon. I mean, it's so frustrating going on 8 years of advocating, all of us. And to see that the most recent investments, I mean, it's kind of ironic that they've all, I think except for one, has landed in constituencies that are represented by Liberal members. I don't know, coincidence? I'm just not sure, but it's definitely frustrating. So at this point, I just want a yes or no if the minister, along with his colleagues that spearhead and investigate in where these units go, and where these expansions happen, if we can set a time and date that's conducive for all of us in the very near future, and have the minister agree to coming to Pictou County and sitting down and let's get the ball rolling on this, so the people of Pictou County know that, we're working hard to get them and they deserve them. So will he commit to meeting with us?
Thank you, member.
Pardon me, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I want to be clear. It is erroneous to suggest that the political stripe of a community impacts the decisions to provide dialysis. In fact, we brought in nephrologists that serve as consultants to the department and the NHA on assessing where the supply pressures were and how to respond to those. So I do want to clarify the record for that with the member. And as she mentioned, it's not just Liberal ridings that have received expansions. PC ridings have as well. I do have updated information for the member on the virtual activities that have been conducted. She asked earlier about what the recruiters have been doing for virtual activities for recruitment.
Yeah.
Pardon me, I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. I just, I really appreciate that, and I will get that information later, but I'm going to focus on my last number of minutes. I'm going to focus on my constituency of Pictou West and my colleagues from Pictou Centre and Pictou East, and ask a few questions with regards to this area. So I'll continue on. In 2014, the Minister of Health at the time assured us that there was a temporary closure on our mental health unit at the Aberdeen Hospital in New Glasgow. We were promised that it was temporarily, but as we all know, within a few months, the truth came out and they were closing it for good. And I would say that if we looked at statistics, Pictou County has seen far too many suicides, far too many. I know that probably in 1 month, I think that I knew 4 to 5 people that committed suicide, the youngest being 9 years old. This is something that I know that all MLAs are dealing with across this province. And, but unfortunately, in Pictou County, we've had services after services and resources after resources taken from us. We had our mental health unit taken from us. We were told back last March that our Pictou Detox located in the town of Pictou was closing just temporarily because due to COVID. And I was told it was going to open in June. And then I was told it was going to be August. And then I was told it wasn't going to open at all. I didn't go out, make a big stink. I trusted. I listened. They said, we promise you that we'll have something for you at the Aberdeen Hospital. We'll have a new detox with 6 beds, 8 beds by the end of November. No, nothing in November, nothing in December. I reached out again. Renos are happening the end of January, end of February. The last I heard was that when I contacted in February was, we're getting ready to prepare a statement for you. I haven't heard anything since. It's shameful. People are dying here. People need help. There's not enough resources and dedication. When you do, when you finally can access help, it's great, but the resources aren't there. So I want to know what the minister's plan is for A, to provide more mental health resources for the residents of Pictou County, and B, I'd like to know when our new detox unit is going to be ready and open for service at the Aberdeen Hospital. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're trying to get a timeline from the Health Authority on when those renovations are going to be complete. It might take until next week to get that information for the member, but we'll try to do that as quickly as possible because the plans are still there to do the renovations at Aberdeen to accommodate the mental health facility. In the meantime, there are services that people can access right now, and there is not a wait time for them. They are located in Spring Hill. This is an interim measure until the new facility is in place. But if the member does know of anybody that does require those mental health services, those services are available to people in her community. It is in Spring Hill, but there's not a wait time for those right now. And that is only an interim measure until the facility is properly renovated. I did mention in my opening comments that we're also investing in addictions withdrawal hubs. And so there will be one in every single health region of the province that will service people in the members' community. And we'll try to get the timeline on that project, that capital project, next week. I'm being told we can get it for you from the Health Authority.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I tried to look for it in the capital budget, and I didn't see anything. And that's what worries me: is are we just sort of being led on again, like we were in 2014, misled? Where we as MLAs in Pictou County go out and share the narrative in good faith of what the narrative is that the NSHA and the Department of Health are telling us. It was very wrong for us to have to go out and tell everyone it's temporary. Oh, that was our mental health unit. It's just temporary. And then our detox center. Oh, it's just being closed temporary for COVID. I'm sure you can understand and relate that I have very little faith at this point. Very little faith that it's going to be there, especially when I don't see anything in the budget. But I trust that if the minister says it's going to be done, that you will get the information next week. I will await for that and look forward to that. When you mentioned, though, that the single session therapies, I think that's a good thing. I think so. However, you mentioned that there would be one in every zone. So this sounds like a plan. You've already put the money aside for it. So where in the northern zone do you plan to have this? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another important piece of information in terms of the members' constituents that want to access the mental health supports, the interim ones that are available in Spring Hill, they can do that themselves through the central intake system. So if the member is aware of anybody that's looking for those services, refer them to the central intake system, and they'll be able to do that themselves if they're able to. I don't ask the member to have faith, believing without evidence on this issue at all. The money for the renovation at
Aberdeen
is budgeted for. It's not in the department budget. It is in the Health Authority budget, and it would be under the capital grants and renovations part of that budget. So the money is allocated there. That's the money they'll be utilizing for that. The northern zone, the withdrawal hub, will be in the Truro location, which is I think the most centralized spot for that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to go back for a moment. I had another question around oral health care that I missed, and again is very concerning. I seem to focus on the youth with oral health care, as well as seniors and everyone absolutely in between too. But I think that the most vulnerable are usually our youth, again, waiting for surgeries, and then our seniors. I have 2 wonderful long-term care facilities located in Pictou West, absolute wonderful employees that work there and try so hard. And but the reality is that many of the residents in these long-term care facilities are not eating because of poor oral health care. And there's no coverage. We're ignoring their oral health care. And as you know, when you don't have good oral health care, it affects your diet, it affects your mental state, your whole personality and attitude and everything. So I want to ask the minister, what is his department doing to alleviate some of the concerns with our long-term care facilities to ensure that they receive proper oral health care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank the member for the question. So as part of the long-term care expert panel's recommendations, increasing access of primary care providers was a recommendation. So we are moving to a model that will have 24/7 primary care coverage. Right now, that does not include dentists. However, they can be referred by the primary care providers to the appropriate medical professionals if they require. So one of the and that should be covered by their health plans. So there is a gap there, recognized gap that was recognized by the long-term care panel. We are in the process of implementing those recommendations, and the access to primary care is key among them, and it's going to be access to 24/7 primary care.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me how much time I have left?
1.5 minutes.
Oh, okay. So just to be clear, Minister, I just want to give a quick example because this is sort of foreign territory to me. So if I am a resident of a long-term care facility and so I pay to be there or it's covered, and they discover that I need dental assistance, are you telling me that it's automatically covered?
There is basic oral care coverage for residents, yes.
What does basic or, oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you. What does basic oral care consist of?
7 minutes. The honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there's a number of things that covers, but emergencies are included, cleanings included, the assessments included, and dental caries are included.
The time for the PC caucus questions has expired. I now recognize the member for Dartmouth North from the NDP with 37 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to go back to the question that I had slowly been getting out before my time ran out last time, still under the subject of mental health. So, as I was saying, long-term care residents have also borne an unimaginable burden of isolation and loneliness since the pandemic began, and ongoing. They continue to endure long hours without access to loved ones or normal life. What targeted mental health support was made available to residents in licensed care?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the question. I'm sure all of us were getting calls from residents in long-term care facilities during particularly the first lockdown. That situation did become very challenging for many people. It was a call that government and public health made to, particularly after Northwood, to protect our residents and staff from the pandemic, but there were other mental health consequences without question. So there were adjustments made designed to improve the mental health conditions of the residents during that time. Government did invest in the iPad program to provide over an $800,000 investment to provide the the virtual access point to people outside of their facility. So that was provided to them, recognizing the limitations on that, but that was one step that was taken. There were designated care providers that were brought in, and they have also been prioritized in phase 1 vaccination as part of our long-term care vaccination plan. And residents could receive up to 2 caregivers, which I know was a big help in terms of, particularly for the folks that were feeling isolated. Also, the volunteer and entertainment programs were enhanced during this time as well to increase socialization and entertainment to assist with anxiety, depression as well. The transportation program was brought in to get residents outside of their facilities, which many of them struggle with just being stuck there. So there was the transportation program that was brought in to allow them to get outside and travel around. And of course, to get our long-term care facilities back to normal as quickly as possible, they're of course prioritizing the vaccination rollout. Our residents and our staff there to get them vaccinated and doing serial testing as well to keep them safe. And their designated caregivers are also prioritized for vaccination. So the goal is to get the situation back to normal there as quickly as possible.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it sounds like there was no professional mental health support offered to residents, recognizing that I'm sure that those programs that the minister has mentioned did make some difference to residents. Wondering if it's something that the department would consider to make an investment in providing mental health clinicians to residents in long-term care during the pandemic.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there was access to social workers and access to counseling during that time. I mean, that was particularly an issue in the Northwood situation where I believe those services were most utilized, but there was counseling and social work services that were deployed to support our long-term care residents.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to clarify that those services that the minister has just mentioned were new services. It's not something that is normally provided at Northwood. And, obviously, if there was a need recognized for them, wondering if, again, the department would consider continuing that type of service for residents in long-term care facilities during the pandemic.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Those services were new, and our plan is to keep them available to long-term care residents. And there will be a review of those services to see if any additional enhancements need to take place.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the same vein, has there been any mental health resources or support increased and targeted to seniors living in community who may be isolated from family, social supports, and health or mental services during this time?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
There was funding provided to communities for outreach and support for individuals that were struggling as well. That money did come from the federal government, so that was part of the Safe Restart funding that we received from the feds, but that money was deployed here in Nova Scotia to community organizations who help fill the role of supporting individuals in dealing with challenging times. I know so 3 point, that was 3.4 million, and there was an additional 2.5 million in this budget. So 3.4 in last year's budget was deployed, and there's an additional 2.5. And I know, like in my community, I think the Rotary Club was one of the organizations that received that funding. They conduct Meals on Wheels and other programming for seniors. So that was there was funding available for community organizations to help support individuals struggling.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Great, thank you for that. As I was going to ask for an example of some of the types of organizations, but that helps. Does the department keep statistics on how many Nova Scotians don't have access to counselling or therapy through private drug plans? And if you do keep the statistics, or if it does keep the statistics, could those be provided?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
We don't collect statistics on private plans here in the public Department of Health. No.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So just to clarify that and ask in different from the other direction. So we don't know how many people have access to a private health plan in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
We don't track private health plans. That's correct, we do not.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Great. Our office received an FOI recently that contained information about the number of beds in mental health and addiction units that are occupied by patients considered alternate level of care. At any given time, there are as many as 75 or 80 or more mental health, sorry, I hope I'm reading that right, or more mental health beds in the province occupied by people who would be better served at a different level of care. Sometimes this means they could be living independently, but there simply isn't appropriate housing available in the community. The numbers appear to worsen from when the data first started being collected. Does the department track the costs of mental health ALC beds being used in this way?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Staff did a great job of mining that information very quickly for the member. So there are currently 63 individuals that are in beds with mental health related issues. They are primarily in the central zone. So one of the challenges we're trying to tackle in the department and the authority is the patient flow issue. So this is a challenge across the board in most regions, and we're working with the health. And this is affecting offloading times, and there's a domino effect on the system. So we are working with the health authority and our long-term care providers to improve patient flow and making sure people are getting to the right beds at the right time for the right reason. In terms of admittance for mental health, so the advice we're getting from mental health clinicians is that the old strategy of admittance into hospitals and putting people in beds, while that might be necessary for a small number of individuals, for the majority of people dealing with mental health issues, it's actually better to provide the correct amount of service to allow them to stay and remain supported in the community. So the new mental health programming that we're going to bring in is going to have that as a key strategy to make sure that people that don't need to be admitted into the hospital, or that who would be better served with local or community-based treatment can receive it that way as well. And I believe that will give better treatment to individuals dealing with these issues, and also relieve some pressure on our bed space as well.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you for that answer. And interestingly enough, the minister is speaking my language here, Mr. Chair, about people being better served in community with and supported in their community, which brings me back around to the old question of mental health supports in downtown Dartmouth and Dartmouth North. I had a visitor to my office a couple of weeks ago who came in to sign the petition about this subject, and he was outraged that that those services would be taken from downtown Dartmouth, where there are many other services that people who have mental health disorders use. Many of them use Margaret's House, for instance, which is a soup kitchen, which is right in downtown Dartmouth. Another example is the library, for instance, where folks go to use the internet. And anyway. Talking my language, people being helped in community. I am going to ask, speaking of Dartmouth North, I'm going to ask a question about primary care in Dartmouth North for something a little different. In Dartmouth North, we have extremely high levels of low incomes, high social deprivation, high unemployment, high mental health and addictions disorders, and not a heck of a lot of primary care. Unlike one of the members of this House, we do have a couple of primary care doctors in Dartmouth North, but when you look at the metrics that the Nova Scotia Health Authority has laid out in terms of population and primary care providers, we're really behind. We do have, our numbers on the 811 registry were high for a long time, dropped a little bit, and now we're climbing again. But we also know in Dartmouth North that many people don't access the 811 registry. And in fact, I had a few conversations in the last couple of weeks with people who had thought that they were on the 811 registry, and then called or called me about their place and blah, 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 and it was discovered that they weren't on the registry. So it's hard to know about those numbers, and it can be hard to trust those numbers. So last year in budget estimates, I was really looking forward to some announcements about the continued investment in primary care in Nova Scotia. So I believe it was 2 budgets ago where there was a $10 million investment in new primary care centres. And my understanding was that Dartmouth North was being looked at for such a thing in a community that would really benefit from sort of a collaborative community health centre. And then last year, during budget estimates, I clarified with the then Minister of Health and Wellness that in fact there was really no new money for new health centres or bricks and mortar situations. And that was super disappointing, obviously. And I don't think I see any money in the budget this year either. So I'm just wondering if the minister can talk a little bit about that and about what the strategy is for primary care right now. Is the strategy moving away from collaborative care centres, those the NSHA turnkey health homes and whatnot? Wondering if the minister can just talk a little bit about that.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I'd like to thank the member for the question. We do have a collaborative care clinic in Dartmouth North, which I'm told is being run very successfully. Also, the patient attachment numbers in Dartmouth North are very high. So we have about 97.7% of patients at Dartmouth North that are attached to a primary care provider. So that number is 453 that are not, out of approximately 20,000 in that zone. So that is a very high attachment rate, especially compared to other parts of the province. So I mean, our focus right now in terms of new investments are to target areas where there is a lower attachment rate, and where we have greater struggles with recruitment and attachment. So the numbers are pretty strong in Dartmouth North. I mean, I know that's always cold comfort for the 453 people that are still looking, but we do have a high concentration of physicians here in Halifax. The real gaps in attachment to or access to primary care and attachment to family physicians right now is in rural Nova Scotia. So that is where the focus will be on the attachment issue, and our investments are going to follow where the need is.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
I'm not going to get in a big fight with the minister, Mr. Chair, because we've been doing so well with mental health satellite services today. So I'm not going to really pick at this, but I will say for sure there are more than 400 and some people in Dartmouth North that are not attached to primary care. And that's because, Mr. Chair, that there are many people in Dartmouth North who simply aren't accessing any system. So they're not even aware of the 811 Need a Family Practice Registry. There's plenty of reasons why people are not using that service. But speaking of that service, before I speak of that service, I also want to say that last year a group of a community group that I'm involved with in Dartmouth North did an informal survey where I forget how many responses we got now, but we literally stood at the Sobeys at Christmas time and we stopped people and asked them about their attachment to primary care, and a good number, and again, this is super informal, but a good number of people had primary care attachment well outside of Dartmouth North. So we're talking Mineville, we're talking about, Bedford and Hammonds Plains, and which is like, if you have a car and you really need a doctor, you're going to go there. But again, that's not the case for a huge amount of people in certain areas of the constituency. Oh, I forgot my point that I left behind there for a second. Anyhow, oh yes, speaking of the 811 system, wondering if the minister is aware of these reports of folks dropping off the list. I mean, or like thinking they've registered, but then them not being registered or them not being able to be found. I've heard informal reports that this type of thing happens quite often. So I'm wondering if the minister is aware of this issue.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the. It does feel, when people without docs are calling you, that is the reality of the situation. But I mean, the numbers do tell a different story. If the member was chatting with people in her community, during or before September of 2019, pre-pandemic, the unattached number was at 950. So over the last year, that number has been reduced to 450. So if the member was discussing or gathering, anecdotal data in 2019, that number would have been higher. But there's been some success in attaching patients on that list. The issue of people dropping off the list, I chatted with staff here who oversee that process. That does not usually happen. So if you are talking to constituents that have been dropped off the list, if they do fill out a consent form for you, we can take a look at that in the department and help you with those case files if that's of interest to you, because we certainly don't want that to be happening. We do need people to register on this. It does need to be proactive. The data on these lists are driving investment decisions. So, we're happy to work with the member too if she doesn't believe that people are accessing this to help with promotions for it in her area. We can work with you on that as well, and encourage the member, to promote the importance of doing that. But right now the numbers as we look at them are pretty favorable, and HRM generally speaking has a very high attachment percentage, and particularly compared to rural parts of the province where we have a harder time recruiting, and where we have a harder time with retention.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it would be great actually to take this conversation offline, because I think there's more to it, and I know that I speak with members of Nova Scotia Health Authority on a regular basis who do definitely acknowledge that the 811 numbers don't tell the whole story. So, would love to speak with the minister about that another time. But for now, I'm going to change course a little bit on these questions and turn to long-term care. So the quality review report from Northwood's experience in the first wave of the pandemic recommended, as many other reports have for many years, and as is committed to in the NDP's 2018 Care and Dignity Act that has been ignored by this government, that the department, quote, set and fund standard minimum care hours based on resident complexity across all facilities. Increase care hours to include previously evidenced levels, end quote. A whole host of research and reports from this province and beyond has supported the idea that the minimum standards of care in long-term care facilities need to be increased. Doug Ford's government in Ontario committed last year to implementing a 4-hour per day standard of care in long-term care homes by 2024. So my first question is, of course, residents' care needs will vary widely depending on their particular needs, the home's demographics, and other variables. At the same time, government as a regulator has a role to ensure a minimum standard. And it is plainly obvious that we are falling short in many, many instances in providing minimum standards of care to long-term care residents. So can the minister explain the work toward establishing this minimum standard and what hurdles remain?
Just a quick notice to the member, the minister, and the committee. There's a bit of a discrepancy between the game clock and the shot clock, as it were, of about a minute and a half. So the stop for this 4-hour session is 5:25. And with that, I'll go to the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So a couple things on this issue. The standards have been determined to not be consistent. It really does come down to a governance issue where the licensed care facilities are governed by boards, subject to of course, the provincial legislation. So we are undergoing a legislative, in accordance with the long-term care expert panel recommendations, a legislative review and a regulatory review of the sector with this in mind. In terms of standards for the individual care of patients, we are utilizing a new modern assessment tool. It's an international one called InterRI. And we will use that to assess and evaluate the primary medical needs of individual patients and base their care around that. So this is a new tool that's coming to the system to help with standardizing patients depending on the level of care that is needed. And overall, there is going to be a new legislative and regulatory framework in place as well.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North with 1 minute remaining.
So can the minister confirm that the department is not considering minimum care standards in terms of their recommendations of those reports?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Order. The time allotted for the consideration of supply today has elapsed. I now recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee do now rise and that you report progress and beg leave to sit again.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. We will take a short recess to make that transition. Order. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports
that the Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and made some progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This concludes the government business for today. I move that the House do now rise to meet again Tuesday, March 30th, 2021, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. Following the daily routine and QP, business will include the Committee of the Whole and Subcommittee on Supply. I would also note, Madam Speaker, that the Committee on Law Amendments will sit from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Monday, and again from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Wednesday.
The motion is to adjourn and to meet again on Tuesday, March 30th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. Is it agreed? We are adjourned, and we will meet again on Tuesday at 1 o'clock.